Great. Good evening, everyone. And sorry for the inconvenience. We had a little technical problem at this end. Welcome to the Lake Worth Beach City Commission regular meeting of October 19th, 2021. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga.
Here.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes.
Here. Thank you. And so everyone's here. Let's please rise for the invocation. Please guide us in the decisions that are best for the city, for our fellow citizens. Please help those that need help, reward those that help, and let us all live for not just ourselves, but for our community. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Now Commissioner Stokes will lead the pledge. Maliga, I'm sorry.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I don't have anything this evening.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now we are on presentations. First, we have a proclamation recognizing the week of 18.
Wait, hold-
What?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought we were gonna
Cool.
pull proclamation, because the consent agenda D, the proclamation recognizing domestic violence awareness month.
No one's here to, no one's here to get
I
it.
thought Captain Bear. I saw.
Oh, if someone's here, of course, but if not,
Okay, maybe.
if you see her come in before we get there, let me know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we could read it. I'm reading another one of no one that's going to be here. Commissioner Stokes, would you like me to read it?
Oh,
Want to pull it?
no, that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so the first thing up, we have a proclamation recognizing the week of October 18th to the 24th, 2021 is Florida City Government Week. And this is very important because as we've been discussing, the Florida legislature is chipping away at our home rule. Whereas city government is the government closest to most citizens and the ones with the most daily direct impact upon its residents. And whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to and understanding of its many responsibilities. And whereas municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for residents, making their city their home. And whereas city government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along their understanding of public services and their benefits. And whereas the Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence this branch of government. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities have joined together to teach citizens about municipal government through different projects and information. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim October 18th to the 24th, 2021 as Florida City Government Week. And I encourage all citizens, government officials, and employees to participate in events that recognize this week. And I'm not aware of any events that we're having, but I would certainly encourage, and this commission was elected on one of our platforms, individual platforms, was communication and transparency and becoming more involved in our city government. And I certainly would hope that everyone takes that to heart and participates. We're a small city and we have the ability to make an impact on when we're in Publix, people talk to us. So, this is the place we can make a difference in our daily lives. So I encourage you all, you have our email addresses. Please let us know what we're doing well. And let us know what we're doing wrong, and let us know what ideas you have to improve us. And we welcome all those comments. So I thank you all very much. So this will go in our records.
Madam Mayor, in the interest of city government, I would like us to send a letter of support for HB1 that's in Tallahassee to all the other cities in this state.
HB1,
Yeah,
In support of.
Not
in support of it?
no, in support of our letter against HB1 to all the cities.
I'm wondering if any other cities have signed on to that, and I don't know if we have an update.
I haven't heard any.
Well, I'm suggesting that we send a letter of encouragement that they do so.
Would you like to do that?
I can,
Correct it.
Spearhead it.
yes,
Do we have consensus to do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you.
thank you. It's important.
No, it is.
Yeah, it is important. And on that one, did we ever resolve whether we need to pass a resolution or anything to support our efforts, or are we good?
I think we're good. I think we approved our name. We haven't heard back. If we do hear back from them, we'll do what we need to do.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, the second is the annual comprehensive financial report as of September 30th, 2020 by RSM US LLP auditors Brett Friedman and partner and Harris and Neil senior manager. Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners.
Bless you.
For the record, my name is Yannick Kiganahayo. I'm the Assistant Finance Director. For tonight's presentation, it's on the city's audited financial statements for fiscal year 2020. You should have received in your packet and also in your mailbox the annual report as well as the compliance report. We do have extra copies for you should you need additional copies. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our external auditors. Mr. Brett Friedman is the partner at the firm, and Anil Harris is the senior manager on the audit engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, where are your offices? Just out of curiosity.
Well, we have offices in Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach.
Oh, okay, so you're fairly local.
Yes.
Local. Okay, great, thank you. I was just curious. Take it away.
Right.
10 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, commissioners, staff, and citizens. Again, Brett Friedman, partner with RSM. Our pleasure to be here with you. As Yannick said, you have two documents. This huge 150-page document, we put this together based on information provided by Bruce, Yannick, and their team. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the other document, just briefly walk you through some required communications that we as the auditors have with you, the individuals charged with governance. So just in that document, just to go over, we did the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, government auditing standards, in accordance with our arrangement letter with the city, which was dated October 20th, 2020. We provided a communication outlining the scope and timing of the audit, which was delivered May 31st, 2021. Some of the key things to highlight is there were no new accounting policies or practices implemented this year. There were no significant or unusual transactions that occurred this year. We always will point out to you management's judgments and accounting estimates. The reason we do that is because a lot of what happens with the city is either cash in or cash out through activities, but the ones that can be most manipulated or impacted are estimates because those involve management's judgment. So we'll walk through those, including this document, but we're not going to walk you through it, is a list of audit adjustments that were made to the financial statements, as well as some uncorrected misstatements. Difference between the two is the adjustments are items that are deemed to be significant and therefore adjusted to the numbers versus the uncorrected items that are deemed to be quantitatively, qualitatively not significant. Things noted, but not significant. Also in our report, one of the most important things is the city is receiving an unmodified opinion, which is the cleanest opinion that the city can receive, which indicates the financial statements are fairly stated. There is an emphasis on matter paragraph in there. As part of the audit, one of the things we encountered where there were a couple of situations where there were a couple of opening balance restatements that were required. And they'll talk about that briefly when he talks about the compliance summary. But outside of those restatements, again, unmodified opinion that the financials are fairly presented for you. We had no disagreements with management, no consultations with other accountants, with the exception of, due to that restatement, we did have a consultation with the predecessor auditor. They agreed with the findings that we noted and with the adjustments that were made. Also, outside of just the COVID world, nothing else as far as difficulties in doing the audit is kind of the new normal now, or the now normal, I guess I'd say. On page 4 of the packet, just to highlight, we look at just significant accounting estimates. You got it right there. It's where we got it. The key thing here again is these are the ones that involve judgment. Now, in the city's case, for a lot of you hire an outside professional to help you, which is a third-party actuary. What we do is we gather the information that's provided to the actuary as well as their report, and we have our own actuaries that work for the firm do a separate review just to make sure that the methods are being consistently applied, that they're reasonable, and that the overall outcome is reasonable. So we looked at the self-insurance calculations, had no issues. Looked at the pension plan calculations, no issues, and also looked at the other post-employment benefits. So of your estimates, those are the 3 most important ones. We looked at each of them again, no issues with the qualifications of the work done by the actuary, or the assumptions or results. Flipping back to this document, just to give you a sense, again, it's 150 pages, perhaps good bedtime reading if you'd like. It does take a lot of time to prepare, but I'll just point you to a couple of things which will give you a view of things and an overview. The beginning of the document starts with the transmittal, which that gives you a little introduction to, more about the city government. Tells any individual, any citizen who wants to read, will tell you a little about your budgetary controls, how you're set up. After the transmittal, you have our audit opinion, which, as I said, was an unmodified opinion. That tells you whether or not the financials are fairly presented. Then the next part, and probably the easiest one to kind of digest rather than reading 150 pages, is a section referred to as management's discussion and analysis. That section allows management the opportunity to kind of go through and look at the results of the year and provide some feedback and reasons as to why changes occur. Obviously, a lot of things recently COVID related, but you'll see some analysis in there, some highlights, and they can give examples as to why things happen. After that, you have the basic financial statements. They make the bulk of the report up. Then going way back beyond the financials, the other thing that I would say is potentially of relevance and interest to you, because I do want to keep this short, is all the way in the back, you have a statistical section. And what that provides you is it provides you 10 years of history. It'll provide you 10 years of history on the revenues for the city by individual item. It's page 122, Jan. You got a way to go. But, I want to keep it, because I know you got a busy meeting, so I want to keep it tight. But, so it gives you a 10-year history. You can see where revenues are trending, also see where your expenditures are trending. Does it both at the government-wide level and at the fund level. Also gives you a summary of your tax revenues and your debt as well. So that gives you some good historical 10-year information about the city in this document. Clearly, what's in the financial statements themselves, there's a lot of information in it too, but we could easily spend hours just going through that. So with that, I'll kind of turn over to Anil to give you the highlights on the compliance report.
Thank you, Brett, and good night. In addition to the report on financial statements, we also issue reports on internal control over financial reporting. So that's the city's controls over putting, managing the finances of the city, as well as controls and compliance over the grant programs. So within the booklet report to the board, there's two exhibits. The first one is Exhibit A, which is our report on internal controls over financial reporting, as well as the grant programs. Just some highlights on page 6 of that report. The city expended $4.1 million in federal programs and $2.4 million of state awards, meaning that the city received grants and the city used those monies for specified purposes in those agreements. Moving on to page 11 through 14, we had a number of recommendations to improve the process or what we consider control deficiencies. They're detailed in here, but I'll just give you a highlight of each one. The first one relates to the reconciliation of bank statements. Although those were performed, they were not done timely, primarily due to turnover that the city experienced during the year or during 2020. The second one relates to the CRA. The CRA has certain land held for sale. About 2.5 million of that land was sold in the prior years. However, the predecessor auditors and the financial statements did not remove those assets from the books. So as part of our audit process, we identified that and made that correction. The other item is related to financial reporting, and as Brett mentioned, there were several adjustments to the prior year balances, and you can see those up on the screen there. The adjustments related to water and sewer revenues, operating revenues, expenses, as well as the CRA land held for sale, and one adjustment for capital leases.
What page are you on right now?
13.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 15, this is our report on the compliance with grant programs. There are 3 findings or exceptions here. One relates to data collection form. The data collection form relates to reporting all your grant awards. The city or all governments have 6 months after year end to report that information. For both 19 and 20, again, partly due to turnover, the audit and those reports were not filed timely. However, as of now, they have been uploaded into the system. The other 2 items relate to the FEMA grant. One relates to the certain progress reports that the city is required to file again. Although those were filed, they were not timely. And based on our audit, we did not see any approval or review or approval by the administration. Not that it didn't occur, but there was no evidence that we could see that was documented. And the other item relates to certain expenditures that were followed with the grant programs. Again, we tested those expenditures and found no exceptions. But again, during our audit process, we didn't find documentation or review and approval of those expenditures. But like I said, based on our testing, we didn't identify that those expenditures were unallowed, they were just not going through the normal approval process. And the final report that we issued is a state management letter, and that's the second report in Exhibit A, and that's required by the state of Florida. We had one recommendation, nothing to alarm you, but really just to monitor over time. We know that the electric fund, although it has a positive total fund balance or net position, the unrestricted net position, the deficit means it's negative. And what that means is that even though you have assets, the bulk of it is restricted for purposes, whether it's bond proceeds, deposits. But within this recommendation, you can see manager's response, which they give some detail as to why that has occurred. But one positive sign is for the 9/30/2020 fiscal year, that fund actually had a positive net position. Net income, revenues exceed your expenditures. So even though on a cumulative basis, it's negative, for the last year was a positive, so meaning it's trending positively as you move forward.
Where is that portion?
Page 3 in the back.
Yeah, it's the management letter, which is the last item, so it's page 3 of that document. So always towards the back of that item.
Yeah,
Got it.
you can see that. So it shows you a history of the last 4 years, just to give you an idea of how it occurred. And then with that, I'll take it.
We'll just want one last comment. Obviously, it's our first year doing the audit. One of the things I do want to point out, I do want to thank Bruce and Yannick and the team. And clearly, one of the things we noticed is that there had been turnover and the team was still playing catch up, pretty much through 20 into 21. I know we've had a deep debrief with the entire team, and I do get a sense that they're committed to, with the more staffing, addressing things. So I would expect to see a lot of these things rectified, because it seemed like the whole way in working through the audit, a lot of it was catch up, trying to catch up and do their daily work at the same time, which it's not hard to, it's really hard to do two things at once, but that's one thing we observed.
I just have one question for our finance director. And I understand, listen, I've learned the history of the turnover and the, staff issues and stuff. My question to you is very directly, the problems and the recommendations that they're making. Will we do this? Will we not have these recommendations next year? Will we be in better shape next year?
I would say this, we have made a lot of headway, and it is my expectation, and I've communicated that expectation to staff, that all these issues are resolved. And if not resolved, 99.9% resolved. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, as we sit here today in the process of, budget processes and how things are supposed to go, as we sit here today, are we caught up and in good shape for this year?
In simple, yes.
Yeah.
But to give you a little bit more substance to that, whereas for example, bank reconciliations were not done until halfway through the year of the previous years. As a roll forward year over year over year, we are current. The daily cash is reconciled daily,
Which had not happened before?
Nope.
Nope, that was my understanding.
Yes. The expectation is that the month for fiscal year September, ending September, will be closed. All payables will be closed. Everything will be closed by the next AP cycle, a week out, which means all the expenditures will be posted. We are still having a little bit of problems with ADP, but that's expected to be resolved by the end of the month.
ADP?
The payroll implementation.
Right.
So we should be able to have every single payroll transaction posted. And then we'll be doing we've already had several analytical reviews, which means comparing budget to actual, seeing any major variances, making sure that the transfers between funds are made, making sure that all the expenditures between those funds are made, doing the debt roll forward, all that activity posted. And then as you go through over, by the 5th or 6th analytical review, we should be able to catch everything as expected. And that will be done by early November. And from there, we're gonna have to do some GASB accounting.
I don't know what that is.
Governmental accounting standards.
Thank you. I think we need to not use as many acronyms as we do.
But for example, the pension and those kind of things, doing some of the analytics with the unpaid leave, that kind of stuff, making sure. But as I told Brett this evening, we expect a very, very, very clean, immaculately clean trial balance / income statement to them by the end of November.
Okay.
And which means that they can start doing field work now.
Okay.
Which means that they won't have to do all of the statements that were referred to. And then from there, we should be off to the races. My expectation is that we have a audit report, which you see in front of you, issued by the end of January into February, but not much later than that. And the nice thing about this is that we will then be able to roll into the budget process with actual
Real numbers?
and year-to-date numbers, so that people can do projections and everything else that we need to do.
Okay.
So I feel confident that the foundation is built, and
Just keep working at it.
we are.
We've added some staff to you as well, so that hopefully will help.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
We were able to staff up effective October.
Great.
We had people in the pipeline ready to go.
Great.
So we started the year running.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. I see Commissioner Maliga's light is on and she was first and then Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you for this amazing report, Brett and Harris, and thank you to staff for all the hard work and answering all the questions. This goes to all the staff across the board, like every director is involved. My only thing that I want to say, and this is more for our mindset up here, is when you look at the Appendix A, page 3 at the back, under electric fund deficit,
Mhm.
it is imperative that we take this into heart when we are considering any policy changes with the electric fund that will cost us money, that will bring in money. It says effective management and those charged with governance fail to implement a deficit reduction plan going forward. This could result in the fund not being able to operate as intended to provide the services to residents and customers on an ongoing basis. So I know that the electric utility meeting's coming up. We just need to be mindful of any expenditures because it's in writing that we're balanced right now. Let's be mindful of that as we go forward.
And that's one of the 180-day things I think that
Yes.
we'll be talking about.
So I just wanted to highlight that's imperative.
And that's
Page 3 under Appendix A at the back.
okay, thank you.
Thank you again, gentlemen.
Commissioner Robinson.
I just thank you and thank Bruce. A timely report is good, and to hear in the modern era that we're going to have an audit done by February is
Very good.
exceptional news
like this right now.
in the last, I'm going to say 20
No
years.
pressure.
We're gonna lock you up in that tower and you're not coming down until you get this done.
But it's not
So-
an ivory tower.
It's not an ivory tower.
And the unmodified report is almost a time to celebrate because it's as good as it gets in accounting. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your work. We appreciate it. And we're glad to hear that things are looking up. Thank you. And thank our staff.
And we appreciate your support.
Listen, you guys that have to do with numbers all day.
Commissioner McVoy has a question.
Oh, McVoy, I'm sorry, Commissioner McVoy.
And I don't know if this is more for the external auditors or more for Bruce or who, but looking at that same page 3 of the Appendix A, the external auditors noted that we were in deficit for the last 17, 18, and 19, then it went positive in 2020. But as I look at the column right above that, transfers and other items, for those 3 years that we were in deficit, they were each about $5 million. And then in 2020, it was only 300,000. That seems very odd to me, and it seems odd to me, alarming, let's say this, that if we normally transfer about 5 million, I'm guessing into the general fund, and we're positive this year, but we only transferred in 300 instead of 5 million, well, that might be the explanation why we're positive.
No, debt services.
But I look forward to being enlightened.
It's a classification, but I'll let Yannick speak to it.
Yeah, Commissioner. So usually the transfers are usually, for the most part, the transfers are made up of the 8% of the revenues from the utility fund, from the electric fund to the general fund.
Right.
During the audit, we noticed that these transfers are actually charges for services that are general fund charges. Kind of like it's a payment in lieu of taxes. So they were reclassified as charges for services. That's why if you look at the revenues and expenditures, you will see the equivalent, approximately the same equivalent variance that happened. We don't have the full expenses and revenues in front of you. That's actually financial statements. But those transfers were reclassified to expenditures. Expenses.
Are you
ITHR.
Commissioner, if I may, simply, rather than having the expense that the file payment that Yannick was referencing, rather than having that expense captured in transfers and other items, it was moved up to expenditures. So that $4 million, I don't have the number exactly in front of me, but that $4 million was just reclassified as a operating expenditure versus a transfer. So totally, it's still the same numbers are in the total expenditure.
It's like semantics. Like,
Well, I fully understand that, with differing thoughts and different people thinking about it, one puts things in different bins. But as I look at the expenditures over that 4-year period, I see 52, 55, 50, 51. So it actually, either held about the same or dropped down from some of the previous. So I don't see a corresponding roughly 3, 4 million, 5 million bump in expenditures. So I'm still confused about.
Well, I would say this also, and we can do a much deeper dive.
Yeah, we should do it at some other occasion, but we do need to be.
But if you recall, Director Liberty has done a wonderful job, if you will, restructuring the balance sheets and restructuring and renegotiating different contracts. And that's why you'll see, if you take the $4 million out of fiscal year 20, that year to date, that 51,822, if you take that $4 million out and put it down into transfer for $5 million, whatever that number is, that number drops down to $47 million. All right. If you compare one year to another, so you go from $52 million,
Right.
55, 50 down to, let's say, 46. All right. That is showing his efforts, Director Liberty's efforts in restructuring the balance sheet and restructuring the contracts. That's how with its efforts, you're going from a deficit to an annual surplus.
Right, just to add on that again, so you can't tell that the expenditures were intentionally brought down this year by about the 4 to 5 million. One of the reasons we bring it up is if you look at the balance sheet, there's still an unrestricted deficit in that fund of 6 million. So the same kind of efforts that just happened this past year is something that needs to continue in order to bring you back. That's the concern. We got to keep down this path of bringing expenses down to eliminate that deficit that's there. Not allow it to grow, you got to try and bring it down. That's the
Right. Yeah, we don't like deficits to grow.
right. But it is masked here because, the transfers moved up, but if you combine the two numbers, which are the total outflows, you'll see they dropped But again, it's still a $6 million deficit that needs to be addressed.
And thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner McCoy. All right,
And for a later date,
we have another light.
for a later date, I'd just like a little explanation from our financial gurus, the pilot, the difference between pilot, payment in lieu of taxes and taxes, and just how they're set. Because apparently they're negotiable, or, you know, I'm concerned about payment in lieu of taxes.
That's a
But
whole-
we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that is your prerogative relative to at what rate. You just have to understand the pros and the cons as you drop, let's say from 8 down to 6%, that's going to have a corresponding impact on your general fund. But at the end of the day, it's the 5 of your policy decision as to what you think is a prudent franchise slash pilot payment.
Right, and FPL, if we brought FPL here, they would have to pay us for access to our customers, right? This is like part of the expense of operating any utility is that access to the
If
customers.
they were I've dealt with other utilities, electric utilities specifically, in our municipalities, including a nuclear power plant, and we negotiated a pilot payment instead of a tax, but it's going to be one or the other. You're not going to get a free ride.
Yeah.
Right. So different communities do different things. You know, some it's in their tax base, some it's a pilot payment. You know, but future conversation.
Sounds like a very intricate future
It's a fun dance.
conversation.
Let me tell you.
Bring espresso to that meeting. Well, good. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Really keep up the good work, and we are looking forward to seeing these improvements happen. Thank you very much. Okey doke. Now, Commissioner liaison and reports. Let's start with Commissioner Maliga today.
Well, it's been a busy week, as always. I want to say kudos to the Leisure Services Department for scaring the crap out of me on Saturday.
Where did you go?
I went to the Haunted Escape Room down in District 1 at the Osborne Community Center, and I was just disappointed that it wasn't going to continue for the next couple weekends
Really?
because so much work went into putting it together. And like literally, I was like, this is great. So I'm hopeful that they're going to do it bigger and better next year, and maybe for at least 2 weekends in a row. A lot of fun things happening. I did go down to the Bryant Park Jazz
Hmm.
presentation on Sunday. I got there at 1 as they were setting up.
Right.
So I didn't get to watch. So I was sad about that. And
And they had electricity.
then they have electricity, yes. And otherwise, I represented the city of Lake Worth Beach on Q News last night. It was broadcast live out of Fort Lauderdale, and that was fun.
Cool. Thank you. Commissioner McVoy.
Thank you. Couple different things that I've been involved with on behalf of the city. There was and I may have mentioned this before, I can't remember which week it was, but some of the pastors in the Wingfield area had a community prayer, and I spoke at that, and as did some of the pastors, about the importance of vaccinations and really taking COVID seriously. I want to thank Jessica Savage for her efforts to bring Dr. Alonso on for an excellent presentation. She will be repeating that again in Spanish, with apologies to her mother for any shortcomings in Spanish. I think she'll do just fine. There have been a whole string of Hispanic heritage activities for Hispanic Heritage Month. Trim and I attended poetry reading up at Jose Marti Park with that. Also a environmental roundtable that included our very own Drew Martin and some other folks with strong encouragements for us to pay serious attention to the environment. I've also participated in the tourism task force and tried to put some ideas into that. I think all of us have heard presentations on potential boat lift on the Seagull 151, the West Palm Beach Canal, right at our border with West Palm Beach. So keep ears out and send opinions on that. attended the Sunset Ridge Neighborhood Association. An interesting thought, this is something that topic area that I've heard about for a while. I think there's a lot of concern of residents that doing activities in the city, bringing people together, tends to be very expensive. And our fees to do that are quite high.
You mean to rent facilities?
To rent or even just to do something in a park or to do something in a public area. And that's something that I would like us as a commission at some point to look into a little bit, make sure that we're compatible with or comparable to other communities. Because I think we're sending a bit of a message to the community that, hey, don't have activities because, you know, even though it's your public park, you can't really use it. Or at least it's not economically feasible to do so. One thought that a longtime involvement person suggested was, well, what about a program that you get one permit per year, per 2 years, per 5 years, per something or other per resident for free, and you can use that to do something. Well, that's an interesting idea. I don't know, you know, that's something to think about. And my final things relate to a week from today, we will have I think, quite significant electric utilities meeting. And I wanted to draw attention to I've been doing a lot of research of different programs at the national level. And one that just came to my attention is the US Department of Energy, as part of Biden's and Harris's promise to assist, and I'm going to quote some of it, community-led transitions to a decarbonized economy as part of the fight against climate crisis, and also to build more equitable and sustainable future for communities. They're really pushing, and they're pushing in terms of making available to communities opportunities and technical expertise to get to a net zero energy situation. So the things that we've been talking about up here and asking our utility to move forward, they may sound like they're crazy talk, but this is very much where the federal government is also putting, and they're putting their money where their mouth is, so that you can apply for programs to help for this. Whether we would be eligible, I think we have some eligibility for it, looking through it quickly today, but they really point out that they want to encourage a clean energy future, renewable energy generation, clean transportation. So that would be our electrical vehicles, things, energy efficiency buildings, something that we've talked about, beneficial electrification. That means thinking about our grid and our generation, energy storage, battery energy storage, again, another topic that I've brought up here. Community resiliency, microgrids, the idea of using some of that storage to help give reliable power, particularly for the most critical things in the community when you have hurricanes and so on. So let's keep thinking in that direction. It's good to see that the federal government is definitely on it, as are the national trade associations of public power companies.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
Yes, just to echo what Commissioner McVoy has said, I had a positive experience. College Park is doing their blood drive. They had it at Spillway Park at the end of this month. They had such a good turnout. The last time they did it, they decided, why don't we pair it up with Halloween, blood, all that stuff. So I wish I had the exact date. I'm sorry, I never sit down and come prepared for these reports, but it'll be at the end of this month. They were going to bring food trucks out there. They were surprised at the cost to get a permit to do that, but they were able to work with our leisure department and work something out. But I would love to see us in the future day, when we talk about this Thursday, possibly come up with something predictable that, you know, to encourage these kinds of events where we ask literally no staff time other than, you know, if the organizations and neighborhoods want to plan events and do stuff, if we can make it streamlined so it's less work on staff, less work on them, affordable, all that stuff, I think that's something worth looking into. So that's exciting. This Friday, I know Northridge's having their trunk or treat, which my theme for my trunk is the what is it? Ada Twist Scientist, because they usually like to do a book theme, and those books are great, and the new Netflix series is so awesome. Also, so for the education task force is making progress. We have talked about the 4 major areas of focus to be Number one, identifying the barriers to success that our students face, and, you know, we'll probably not a ton of surprises, but we'll probably see some new surprises there. Is that school culture, which is something that can really make teachers want to stay there, make kids want to come, people, you know, what is the school culture like? Any partnerships that schools have with businesses, with neighborhoods, with the community, and then as well as the physical environment. Are there any issues with the buildings and things like that that we want to ask to get upgraded? So those are going to be the four broad categories that we try to keep every anything coming back to one of those. So that's exciting. Path to College was here last week presenting. They had at their science museum their kickoff where the mentors met each of the students. We had a ton of students there from Lakewood High School, and they were doing their little learning how to mingle kind of game, and that was exciting. I just happened to go to Mountain Space, the new gallery here by the Cultural Plaza. It's amazing, and we need to consider the view that they have, the windows they've opened up. I looked in there and I'm like, oh, the Cultural Plaza, okay,
Yeah.
that is L&M, and that is what we're gonna be deciding the next year. What do all these pieces look like when they fit together? What is that downtown experience going to be? They just happened, their next exhibit is going to be called Eden, and Eden Place has been inactive, and so we're gonna arrange a little partnership where we use that as a meeting space to launch their November, kind of getting back in the swing of things. So they're excited to partner with the community any way they can. So that was exciting. Another thing that happened was we had a few people from the Guatemala Mayan Center join us on a Zoom call with Lauren Bennett and Ben and Jessica, and talk about ways that we can strengthen, because we already have such a great connection with them. We saw the census count was up, so Jessica and they all did a fabulous job there. And they talked about providing translators so that when we do our Lakeworthy news or things like that, they can provide a translator there, same script, record it, it can play in their waiting room, they can send it out, and, you know, so that they can bring that community also, so that we have exciting partnerships happening there. Also, Read for the Records coming up, and we'll be able to read to the different students at the various elementary schools, so that's exciting. That's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
Well, I want to welcome the public to City Hall. You know, we're good to see some faces, and that's important. So I want the public to know that we're open. I want to recognize the loss of a soldier in Colin Powell, a true patriot to our country. And there were few like him to be admired and emulated by our new soldiers. City manager efforts to get her here as soon as possible are continuing, and we look forward to her being here sooner rather than later. I want to mention the Franco from customer service will be leaving us, and that's a tremendous loss.
Oh, no.
Is he moving?
He's moving on to greener pastures.
He's so good.
But that's the loss that we're going to have to deal with. I want to thank Wes Blackman bringing the Congress of New Urbanism to Lake Worth Beach and showing that around. Look forward to November 2nd and a conversation about the pool progress and steps to take. I want to thank the Lake Worth High Band and its jazz and Dr. Tiffany Cox for all her leadership. It's a fantastic group of kids. Look forward to the workshop on Thursday, stating our priorities. I'd like us to share our priorities sort of as a backup to that meeting, so that we're not, I'm not going to say blindsided, but so that we can think about your priorities before we all have to immediately think about it on Thursday night. I think it might make Thursday night more efficient if we knew, if we shared priorities beforehand, and then we can share them with the public and
I thought that was the point of the workshop.
well, hey, it's just an idea that I was hoping, that would be moving Thursday night a little more efficiently. Look forward to the homes being decorated for Halloween. Want to thank our legal departments for all their development work and the negotiating with the city manager ×5, ×1, and the sunshine and all that. I want to thank Parrot Cove and Anthony Murata for having Don Rosenshine present the options for the pool area. It was well received and look forward to, and I was really heartened by the reception that the conversation got, because there was much, I'm going to say, much enthusiasm for doing something with our pool. And I look forward to that. So, and I look forward to Thursday night as another step forward in our work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have sort of a long list. I got contacted by Ted Onstein, the south end of Bryant Park, they put up a mural of tiles about Franny.
Very nice.
It's beautiful. And there's gonna be a dedication pretty soon of ribbon cutting. He emailed me and said, do you think we could consider naming that pavilion, the Fanny James Pavilion down, there's that pavilion. And I'm bringing it to you. It's not my decision, but could we have consensus to let them know that would be something that?
That was almost her backyard.
Well, I was her backyard. Yeah, I would like to see a ghost building, outline of a building put up where the post office was, but that's for another day. But can I have consensus to say go back to Ted and say that naming the Fanny James Pavilion is something we support?
Absolutely.
Yep, Commissioner.
I'm going to say yes, but the only concern is that we have multiple people in District 1 who have sent requests to have pavilion and things named, to which I've recommended to Juan that we should probably have some kind of policy for this, because it's become kind of a contentious conversation in District 1. And I'm going to look to you for some direction. Go.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead.
try to make it brief. No good deed goes unpunished, right?
You said that.
To Commissioner Maliga's point, I think it would be prudent for us to get consensus on directing staff to bring forward finally a naming policy to be considered. Naming rights or naming of city-owned facilities historically, even though in good gesture, good intent, isn't always well received, because if you look in the other room, pioneers, one could argue there's a lot of people who have come before in the past in the city that are deserving of having something named or whatnot. So in the 13 years I've been here, we've been approached with several different places. Even our Harold Grimes Memorial Field, for all the wonderful things that Mr. Grimes, provided his community, I can't say it was an overwhelming, reception with it. So I think the prudent thing to do is for us to continue to work with Glenn's office on preparing a naming policy, which is something the organization discussed years ago. We just didn't get to it. But I think it's important that we do it, because naming of city facilities, whether it's through sponsorships, as we start to talk about the redevelopment of the beach, there's opportunities there. There's opportunities as now as Leisure Services gets into street painting festival and starting to acquire sponsorships. We're going to find ourselves confronted with more and more conversations about, can we name this building after this person, this pavilion after this person, this playground after this person? And honestly, there's no objective way of going about it that's fair, or at least there's a process. Very much like traffic calming. So I would ask that before consensus is reached on a wonderful idea, that I can work with staff and I'll work with Glenn's office to prepare a policy that can be brought forward. And then maybe but again, you guys can direct as you wish.
But wouldn't a policy come from the dais rather than from the attorney's office?
Well, you guys would memorialize it, maybe through a reso, recognize it, that the policy exists. I mean, do we have policies that are administratively, they never make it to the dais.
Okay.
So, but again, I don't want to forewarn, you do as you may, but Commissioner Maliga's concerns are true.
Yeah,
about-
I understand.
And the same thing with objects in the park,
Correct.
or
Yeah.
So I'll tell,
As much as I love the idea, I just,
so I'll tell Mr. Bronstein, that's a no.
Well, listen,
don't say no, it's just,
Ed.
we're developing policies to be able to make that happen.
Okay, it's gonna be beyond their, but that's okay. We'll have to have another room. Okay.
Yeah, I would expect what we would do is bring you a draft because there's lots of decision points. For
Right.
example, is someone alive or not alive? And what's the criteria? So.
Yeah.
did anybody know
Well,
planning?
cities, and it's usually a little back and forth as to where your consensus is going to wind up. But we can bring you a draft that's kind of a menu and then you see where you want to go.
I mean, personally, I would say the woman founded the city. There's not many of them.
Right.
It's where her place was. And they do have a tile thing down there. I mean, I understand the concern, but I'll just tell Ted no.
Don't tell them no.
No,
That's what you said.
You tell them no, I'm not, no, that's not what I said.
let's say it was 4-1 and move on.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so I'll convey that to him.
Can
So
you tell him wait? Let's say
That's what I said,
wait.
can you just wait until the policy comes through and then,
He could do, I mean, I'm sure you have to do the ribbon cutting ceremony, but then we could do a dedication.
okay,
ceremony.
that's fine.
Madam Mayor, and I'd be happy to talk to Ted with you.
I know, but
We all love Ted.
for 100 years.
Again, no good deed goes unpunished.
Good nature of that, will be fine. I like to be mean sometimes. Thank you for the trunk or treat. They're all over town and it's great. My husband and I, for 21 years now, we are old fashioned and we decorate for Halloween so kids know to stop. And every kid gets a bag of candy and a brand new box of Crayola crayons. I'll buy them in the summer when they're on sale. So 207 South Elm Street. Last year we've had over 100 kids in the past. And last year, of course, we had like 12. It was really depressing. So for people out there and people see they were decorated, so they'll stop with their random children. So we're happy to do that. I went to an opening on Dixie Highway, I forget what street, that giant building that's where the school was for a while. And it's an art, no, it's not, it's a different building. It's south of there. It's an art gallery of all different artists. It's really very high quality art and it's owned by a gentleman that owns a lot of property in the city, Mr. Diamond. So I would encourage us to check that out. There's been some comments and I've gotten this from a few people. And there's been comments in the Lake Worth Herald, we talk, too much talking, but I have to say, this is our only chance to talk. And sometimes we just really have to talk before, we're making big decisions and we have to talk about it. I will often watch either a live or a video of the Planning and Zoning Board or the Historical Board. And I'm like, it's not interesting to listen to people talk.
I'm sorry.
It's not. We try to be as, fun as we can, but it's not interesting, but it's necessary. So I ask your patience when we do talk, because this is the only chance we get. So that's my thing on that. I had a request from the Homeless Coalition of Palm Beach County, if we would do a resolution declaring November 15th to the 22nd as National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. And I'd like to consensus to put this on the agenda. It's a resolution, in support of what they do here, but okay. So I'll give that to clerk. The website, we really need to work on the website. Okay, I had a conversation with Glenn and also with our city attorney and also with Ms. Davis. We are very close in our negotiations to having her come here. One of the sticking points, the only sticking point that I'm aware of right now is the housing. I'm sort of like putting my head on the block here, but somebody's got to do it. She's having trouble finding, and she's working with a couple local realtors, and there's a couple leads that are out there, but there's nothing definite yet. She's having a lot of trouble in this market to find a place to rent in Lake Worth Beach. She needs like 3 bedrooms. She's got a daughter in high school. She's got college kids that come back. We had a conversation about this very issue a few months ago, so I am loath to bring this up again. However, if she can't, and they're gonna be coming in, hopefully they'll be coming in, to do a little research, but I spoke with her today about some possibilities I had heard of for rentals. She wants to rent before she buys, which makes sense, but this is like the worst. I've contacted a couple of realtors and it's a unicorn now to find a place that you can rent. So putting my head on the block, because I told her that I would like to raise the issue of extending that to a year. I mean, I know we talked about it, but I think that if that's the only thing that's making us not have to go through this process again, it's certainly for discussion. I'm just here to bring the topic up. So I see a light on. Commissioner Maliga.
Madam Mayor, you know I love you. But in hindsight,
No,
90 days ago, I brought this conversation.
I made it very clear to her that we've talked about this.
No, we didn't talk. You all four slammed the door on
I
it.
understand. No, and we decided it wasn't gonna happen.
Yes, I mean,
Right.
clearly the four of you decided absolutely not.
Right.
You didn't want to open up the term. You didn't want to open up to electric servicing area. And I brought up the housing market. I brought up the fact that we were going to be doing this during all the snowbirds coming here. And we can go back and watch the tape. I spoke with her also today and I told her that this had happened.
Right.
And I also told her as a policymaker, I believe it is my job as an elected to enforce the policies that have been made on this dais. I'm frustrated that we're here, as you said.
We all are.
But again, I brought this up. And when somebody brings up a conversation, I genuinely listen to all of you. And I felt that that day it was no, no, no. And it was because of certain desires of each person, whatever. But I really feel that it's not equitable for us to say for this one candidate or this one potential person, we will extend that 6 months to a year. Because there are other people who might have applied for the job if it was advertised as having a year to move here. And I just don't believe that as policymakers that it would be right for us to waiver because it sends a bad signal that we, A, don't know what we're doing up here. B, we don't stand on solid ground. And C, that everything's negotiable. And I told her this and I said, I hope you understand. And she said, I clearly understand. And she said, and I get it. She said, I would, if I was that person up there, I'd probably be saying the same thing. And I said, I understand. I said, but do know that there are 6-month contracts because snowbirds come here all the time to get them. I said, so if a realtor is telling you there's not a 6-month contract, I said, you might want to look for a different realtor.
Mhm.
I said, or inquire with other people within the city. And I said, you might want to live in Vernon Heights. You might want to live in Lake Osborne. So yes, it's great for you to rent for a year. She's also saying she's going to put her daughter in Lakewood High School, which is amazing. So
In the
I'm super
band.
excited about that.
In the band.
In the band, and she's a pre-law major, so I'm excited, law enforcement. But I, for one, will be very unhappy
Mhm.
if this is something that could be changed just because of where we are today, when I tried to bring this conversation forward. And I need that to be on the record.
No,
I am not,
I don't disagree with you.
I do not have any desire to extend the 6-month living policy.
I pretty much had the same conversation with her. And I think she does understand that it's if we had not talked about it, if it hadn't been such a policy thing that we really, and I appreciate that you brought that up. All I said to her was, I will bring it up because this is the only chance we can talk. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you for bringing it up because it's a critical issue. And we all like to keep Sarah happy, but
That has nothing to do
No,
with
it's
it.
not.
well,
That
there's,
wasn't called, excuse me, that wasn't called for.
well, okay.
Please apologize. That was.
I
completely disrespectful.
I
Sometimes
apologize.
you misspeak.
But this is, we all do things and we aren't, things don't go the way we want them to go. We've chosen a city manager. I think that the community, aside from the 4 that voted for the residency requirement, I think that we understand that the community wants, and in fact, she does want the city manager to live within the city. And if we don't want to change that, I'm thinking we should put it on the referendum for March to let the community decide whether
Absolutely.
we require residency.
It's not in the charter, it's in the ordinances. Okay.
But I'm suggesting that it's such an important decision that I don't think, I would like the citizens, it's even more important than a name
You
change.
mean to go from 6 months to a year?
Yes, no, to require a residency at all.
That's funny, Herman, because I wrote that down for tonight's notes for that discussion, the exact same thing, that it should be on the ballot.
And
To require the residency?
yes,
I think that's a question.
I think in the light of searching for professionals and getting, not having a restricted candidate application, and I agree with you, because I want our city manager to live in town, but we've decided that the person should live in town. So now we have to deal with that decision. And, we make decisions that we all don't agree on, is what I should have said
So
instead.
what's your bottom line on the extension for this? for
My
this?
bottom line is that I think if she can't find anything within 6 months, she's going to have to probably sign a year's lease to make it economically sensible. Because the prices of rental and sales are
Mhm.
not even sensible anymore.
Right?
So
So what's your pleasure?
I'm suggesting that if she finds a house to buy within 6 months, we make some sort of accommodation to and work with it to be able to break that lease
Well, she's looking to rent.
rent,
Yeah.
which is a lease.
So you're talking if she gets a rental outside the city?
Well,
Well, if she's renting in the city, it's not an issue.
It doesn't matter, right?
right. I'm still going to think that she has to be within the city.
Yes, but my question is,
If she can't find something within
my
this,
question is, are you a yes or a no on extending the 6 months for her, for this situation?
But maybe we should clarify, because it is a little bit confusing. My understanding is we all would prefer that she fully and always lives in the city as long as she's serving as city manager,
Right.
starting from the get-go. However, we recognize that the practicality is she's not going to buy a house the first day she's here or even before. And that it's reasonable to take some time to look around and get to know the community, blah, blah, blah. And that if possible, we would like it that she would rent within the community. If she cannot find, but we said before, if I remember right, you can have a 6 months rental even outside of the community with the understanding that after 6 months you come in. Is that what we said before?
Well,
And
she's
that's what we
looked,
advertised.
yes, you have to live in the city within 6 months.
A bona
Right.
fide resident within
She's-
6 months.
Right, she's looked, I don't know, if it's- yeah, I mean, the only kind of rentals that she's finding outside the city are yearly rentals, which means
Or
that, like
even
Herman
inside,
said,
Probably.
well, inside's not an issue. She rents a place inside the
Then
city.
we don't care.
Mazel tov, right.
Right.
It's outside the city that if she has to break a lease. And, that might be what has to happen. Because I'm proactive, my sister was like, checking realtor. I mean, we actually found a couple possibilities for her. I called her today and said, there's a townhouse on
Check
Sixth
these
Avenue.
out.
There's a few, check these out, right?
I emailed Glenn as I was pulling in on Wellesley, and I was like, look.
Hey, Wellesley, there's one on
Yeah.
Wellesley, right. And there's one on, I think, North Conway, and
Yeah.
so I think, she's dealing with a couple of realtors. I don't know how that works. I don't know how realtors choose to let people know about rentals, but so you think I still don't understand what your bottom line is. Do you think we should say yes or no on extending the 6 months for her at this point?
can we?
Yes or no? Yes or
Can we make that decision in 6 months?
no? She's got to rent a place. She's got to
She
get
doesn't want
here.
to sign a contract until she knows.
She's not going to sign a contract not knowing what that's going to be. So it's a yes or no?
Yes,
Yes, you want to extend it?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner McBoy has his light. I think you do too, but you always put your light behind
No,
your.
mine's here now.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, it's not even on.
Yeah.
Commissioner McBoy.
I hear Commissioner Malega's frustration, and it's never a positive thing or a comfortable thing if we come to one decision and then we get more information, we say, you know what, maybe we should have a different decision. I recognize that.
No, it's not equitable. It's not fair. You're making decisions predicated on one candidate, and that's not fair to the other candidates that might have applied. I mean, that's a bigger picture. We advertised a job within 6 months residence. I've even asked our attorney, could we be subject to a lawsuit? There are people out there who would have applied for this job had they had a year.
Okay, so let's, and we've all obviously been thinking about this. Commissioner McVoy, what would your pleasure be? A yes or no vote on that, on extending it?
I would say yes, and I discussed this with her, we've all, I assume, discussed with her, and I think she was very clear that she fully supports and understands our position for supporting being in town. She will make best possible effort to do that. I think I think I don't see no reason not to believe her on that. And I think it's great that we've all gotten our realtor licenses and are helping her find something. in
You don't
town.
need to be sarcastic. I
No,
mean, we're
no.
trying to help her.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I meant it positive that I hadn't thought to outlook, but that's a good idea. To me, I would not want to put whoever comes in the position that we're asking them to sign a year contract and then break it at 6 months. I don't know what the penalties are, but I don't think it's a particularly comfortable thing to do. So I would say, under the circumstances, I'm not thrilled about it, but I also don't.
These are the exact same points I brought up 90 days ago when I was.
We understand, we
I
understand.
mean, this is frustrating for me to be sitting up here working with people who now backpedal on something that you guys fought me on.
The perfect storm was mentioned to almost every realtor I talked to. It is a perfect storm
Okay.
of the season rentals for 6 months versus a year's lease.
Commissioner McVoy, I mean, Commissioner Stokes. Any feelings on this?
I'm everybody. Yeah, we all have very strong feelings, I think. I'm uncomfortable with it because it was an agenda item that was noticed to the public.
Mhm.
We received public comment on it. And all of it was in favor of the residence requirement. And now we're having this discussion outside of that. The public hasn't had a chance to weigh in. And so I'm not comfortable with it.
I have to, I mean, and it's a bad situation for her to be in, for us to be in, but I do feel that some consistency on our part is important. You know, I was city attorney here. I live in the city. There's a very big difference between living in the city that you serve and coming for meetings, and it's a whole different view. And she'll, you know, I mean, so I as strict as it may sound, as unwavering as it may sound, I think that that was a condition of the employment that we advertised for. We had extensive discussions about it. And I think that there's got to be a rental out there. I mean, there's a couple that we just came upon. So we want her here, definitely, as soon as possible. But I do think that we do have to have some continuity and some, if we say something, we mean it. So I don't know that we need to take a vote, but I think that you're getting a consensus that the 6 month is as sad as that makes me, and as uncomfortable as that makes me. I think that's something that we do need to pay attention to. If we had not discussed it, I think we'd be in different,
Absolutely.
different space, but we were very clear. And it was, I don't remember when it was, that it was very important that that 6 month be held up. So I'm gonna, as far as I'm concerned, I think as although it pains me and I really want to get Ms. Davis here, I think we need to stick to it.
Can we move forward with letting her negotiate with the real estate market? And
Either she's gonna sign, we are so close to signing a contract right now. I mean, we need to get her here. If
Yes,
it's gonna work, we need to get her here.
And I don't want to in any way discourage her from signing the contract. And if this vote does, and I don't know where that, I haven't negotiated with her, so.
Well, if you'd like, I mean.
Go ahead. Thank
You all
you.
know that Ms. Davis had a number of conversations. I've told all of you that, she has been a pleasure to negotiate with. I mean, she's a good, hard negotiator, but she's fair and equitable, and you've all experienced that firsthand now, because this is very important to her, and the residence issue is very important to you. So this was the classic immovable object, irresistible force kind of meeting. I think she fully understands, and I'm sure she's watching.
Right,
She
right.
fully understands the city's position, and I think you all fully understand her position. So we have negotiated, I've told each of you, an agreement in principle.
Mhm.
I've got a draft of the agreement I'm working on now. And, I don't have that crystal ball to know whether she's gonna say yes or no on this,
Right.
but she's fully aware that this is an issue. Every conversation we've had, I think all we can do now is wait till tomorrow. I will call her first thing in the morning. Again, she's watching, so
I
she
know.
knows she'll have night to think about it. And by the end of the week, I'll send her the draft out. Hopefully, she agrees.
I hope
because-
so. I
because
hope
she's-
so. And I believe there's a place out there. I mean,
The decision, from what I can see from talking with her on the phone, she's now saying a candidate,
Mhm.
but you do have rules that you set.
so like I said, when I spoke with her, I promised her that I would bring it forward with, just so that we could talk about it again. And so I think you have direction.
Well, moving forward, in the distant future, how do you feel about having a referendum in March about the requirement?
Waiving the requirement of having the city manager live in the city?
Correct?
I mean, I wouldn't even, to me, that's
wouldn't put it on the ballot.
absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, the city manager should live in the city.
All right, and
It's
then,
really, it's a big difference. My experience is I've done both. And if you don't live in here and you don't get run into at Publix and you don't get that sort of thing, you don't get a flavor of what it's like to live in a city day to day. So, coming up, so that's, I would not be in favor of putting that on as a referendum. Maybe extending it to a year rather than 6 months. Yes, that we could talk about, but I cannot,
not this time.
I don't care. Not this, no, it's got to be a rule. It's a rule right now. And again, my apologies to Ms. Davis, and I really want her to be here, and I'll do everything I can to find her a place to live. And
I'll
all,
move in with you. She can live in my house.
there you go.
Problem solved.
I have 800 square feet.
We gotta put walls, so there's no.
Well, my wife's gonna have to live with you because Betty's only got room for one, so.
Yeah, really. And all my dogs. So, again, to Ms. Davis, I know you're probably watching. I think you hear our terrible dilemma, but I think we do need to go forward the way we're talking. So, okay, thank you. Have it. Check off my list. Okay, we're having our workshop on Thursday about our priorities, and it's going to be kind of an open-ended. And I thought to myself, how can, as the mayor of the city and kind of how do we do this meeting? And here's what I came up with, and I'd like some consensus let me just put out what I think. In order for this not to be a free-for-all, it could easily digress into just a real free-for-all. My suggestion is that we each have like a 5-minute to open up the meeting, like a 5-minute elevator speech. Here's my top 3 priorities, and this is why. And see from that how many, I'm sure there'll be a few that will be common. I mean, from our conversations, I'm sure. And see, okay, we've got 1 or 2 up there that we agree on. And then from there, work down, rather than just go. I mean, I think that some structure will be helpful to all of us.
Absolutely.
Okay, so can I, so I'm going to be like, mistress of the meeting if I have your permission.
I feel that's discriminatory against the long-winded folks.
Well,
Bring it
sorry.
to a conclusion. Bring
5
the
minutes.
footnotes.
Listen,
Footnotes.
bring it. So this is, like in line with what Herman said. I mean, bring your ideas.
It's in,
We all know already what our ideas are.
it's
Take
in
5 minutes.
but, 3 priorities, I think are limiting.
No, that's just the start. Start there, see what we've got in common, and then go the next round and just kind of work it down.
Okay, because
It's not a one-shot deal.
I've got a longer list than 3.
We all do. We all
Yeah,
do.
good. Well, and
I just want to see what's number 1. Is there a number 1, number 2, number 3 that we all agree on? And from there, we can work down from there. Mr. Rez, you have a light on?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and Jess and I will work with you guys to help facilitate the structure, the framework to work within. And we'll have the big flip boards and Post-its and stickers and stuff. So there'll be some orderly fashion to the conversation. So it's efficient.
Yeah.
And I fully suspect that it will take more than one workshop to really hone this down.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really this is the first chance we've had to have that conversation again, sunshine
Don't we
law.
have snacks?
Well, who's bringing the beers? What I want to know. Just a joke. He'll bring the beer. We should, let's have snacks. Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I love this idea. I was planning on trying to keep mine pretty broad, which I think will help, if we get like 3, like really nitty gritty specific detailed things. I like to start more broad, and then like, this is our major goal, then here, and then we'll dig into like.
A,
what
B,
we
C,
can do
D,
To
yeah.
support that.
How do we get that accomplished?
But if I'm the only, if I'm the only one that wants to like make math like the major theme of Lake Worth Beach, then I don't need to talk about all the details of my plan, because you're all gonna shut it down. So, I don't want to do that, but, you know, let's get some very general consensus
Right.
before we figure out how to dive in. And I think 3 is plenty to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and then we can have I mean, if, you know, I mean, we all have a list of 75 things that we think need to be changed and done. Let's just see, you know, let's see how we do, but I just think we should have some structure. So I'm getting into.
Great idea.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rubin.
Maybe in 10 years.
Maybe in 10 years, when you move into the city.
Madam Mayor, really quick, just some logistics for the public that may be listening at home and interested in coming since we're open back up. Since we are going to do the workshop down on the floor.
Right.
We're going to pop the first 2 pews. And then our department heads are going to join you, but we'll sit out in the audience and kind of have you guys around the table. So seating for the public will be limited to the overflow room and maybe a few in the back row, but it will be broadcasted live. You know,
Right.
so the public still has that opportunity as well. So.
Yeah,
just
and there's no
heads
public
up.
comment for a workshop, just so the folks know.
Correct.
You know, I'm sure that all of our citizens out there that are active citizens will have emails flying about what they think their priorities are, and we are welcome to hear them. So.
Are we gonna have bean bags for the floor? Because we're gonna. be
I know, right on the floor. I'm like, I can't get up off the floor, so you better.
Yoga mats, like.
I have 3 at home for the boat.
Okay, so, great. The ARPA money is, you know, something that's gonna be, I don't know where it's gonna land on Thursday, but the ARPA money is something that we, you know, need to address. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea to do a monkey search or whatever, survey
The city did a Survey Monkey.
about the ARPA, which was fairly limited in the choices. I would like to make it a little more, when I looked at it, it seemed like there were 4 categories. I just saw maybe a little bit wider. But that's,
We can chat tomorrow.
yeah, that's fine.
Conversation.
So Fanny Carmen.
Should
Procedure,
we clarify, Madam Mayor, on are we going to include in the priority stuff ARPA things? Or
that we'll find out on Thursday. That's almost, as far as I'm concerned, it's almost a separate workshop.
I think.
Can we agree? Okay, if we can cut that down, if we can agree that we're gonna have a workshop on how to spend the ARPA funds, it'll coincide on some level with our priorities, but I think that's just such a big, I agree with you.
I agree.
Okay, so we'll do a workshop
I
on ARPA.
would prefer, before we have that workshop, that we work with our finance department or other people to come up with an actual plan of, you know, step 1, workshop, step 2, public outreach, you know, so just like a roadmap, you know, and then we implement it.
For the ARPA.
So ARPA, like what are there's other cities have already like done the whole thing already and stuff. So like what's a good pathway forward? Workshop is definitely gonna be part of that.
Right,
We've done a survey so far,
Okay.
so I would just love to know that we have a plan and then we just implement that plan to.
won't it depend a little bit on about how we spend it? You know, I mean, when we have this, I'm so confused. When we have this workshop, it's such a big issue.
Right.
It's so much money. And you know, this windfall of money that we're getting, and we have to be so careful about how we spend it. So we'll have our workshop, and that will, at that workshop, what do you see happening?
That's what I'd like to know before, you know, I'd like to, us either have somebody from staff present to us some options for how to proceed forward, just so that we only have so many days on the calendar that we can have workshops. We
Right.
gotta really make sure that once we get this ball rolling, we're being as efficient as possible.
Are you thinking maybe from staff, like a wish list? Here's like from this department, this
No,
is where
not
we
that.
could use
No.
money.
Just
Okay.
process.
All right, I'm just curious.
Procedural.
I mean, the process we can come up with. I mean, it's okay. All right, the workshop, have a workshop. And from that work, I guess from my feeling is from that workshop, we'll know what the next step is. If we come up with some consensus about this is a good thing to spend ARPA money, and then we would narrow it down to, okay, I'm gonna not even use an example because I don't want to give any like ideas.
Trash cans.
You know, like balloons, the city's gonna buy balloons, or or which we don't use. You know, how do we go on that specific thing to implement it? So I think I think we need a structure, but what if we use that first workshop to narrow it down and see where we're going? And then from each category, say, how do we do this? How do we do that? That's
I think.
Step 1.
hearing Commissioner Stokes right, I think what she's saying is I'd like to know, even before we do that, start that first workshop. Our first step is a workshop. Our second step is getting some sort of way to get some public feedback from, hey, what did you hear at the workshop? Are you happy with that or not? Or something else. I don't know what the process is. And then the third step is another workshop or a summary of the input from the public or some layout, and presumably looking to other cities to see if we can adopt any best practices, if there are any. Maybe there aren't.
Well,
any.
there's also requirements too.
What's that?
There's also requirements. I've heard
The
a lot
restrictions.
from
Right.
Jessica that, public participation is a big requirement. We want to do it because it's the right thing to do, but we want to make it meaningful. I hate to have a workshop and then it's like, okay, now I have to wait 2 months to get things coordinated. I just like us to here's the process. And
So I'm gonna reach out to the public that's listening and watching. Talk to your friends, get the word out. We are looking for, and there's a million ideas, but right now we have a blank slate. So,
But read the parameters of ARPA before you send us ideas.
Yeah.
Because there are certain things like.
but some of it's
we can't-
unrestricted, some is, so there's some discretion there for us, but just, it's one of the challenges that we have found is getting the word out to people. How do you do it? And so I'm asking folks, and we have an active citizenry, get back to us. You've got our email addresses, what you think something worthwhile for the ARPA money to be, just brainstorm. And so we have some idea of what y'all are thinking.
just a quick-
Yep, Commissioner Stokes.
I know, there's a lot going on, so I get it. But we did talk way back in the day about bringing back those rotating town halls. And we said we pick it back up after the budget season. I strongly agree, really strongly believe we need to bring this to the people and try to get new people to get input into these decisions and have those conversations happen and figure out a way that we're gonna get to the community.
Round robin, yeah.
Yeah.
They did that years ago, and it was, like it would be the Osborne Center. I mean, that one of the challenges, like in your commission, in your district, it was the church, that church up there, that big church. So we have to find places in each
Right.
district to do it, but I think that's a good idea. And this might be a good platform to get that kind of input.
Right.
Well, and again, staff, don't hate us. Are you talking about in November and December? I mean, when do you, not every quarter, because we don't have that much time.
Right.
So,
That's what I think we need to come back with a plan. I would like to either, I don't know who the right person is. Obviously, the city manager would be coordinating it. I don't know.
that's the challenge, is getting 4 different venues. But I think this is important, and we don't hate us. I think it's a good idea to bring it out into the community. So, yeah.
I might just say that we're at 7:30 and we're not even approved 1 minute.
I know.
So
Here we
Mr.
go.
Herman wanted to be out of here at 8:30.
We've had, well, then we're going to run through the other things. So, but we got a lot of work done. So
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, everybody. Steph, again, that's the whole thing
Oh,
about,
go ahead.
our attorney has a comment or,
I'll give you an update. Ms. Davis has texted.
Oh.
And she first off wanted to say to Commissioner Maliga, she's looking forward to moving with you.
Great. Awesome. We'll start packing up our stuff now.
Moving in. But she also wanted me to convey her thanks for your sincere consideration. It says we will work it out. She and I will be talking tomorrow.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
This is where if anybody in the public that knows of a
And I want to,
rental.
Right.
thank her husband too.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, this is a big move. I heard, her daughter in the middle of school, her
Yeah.
11th grade.
And I look forward to working and living with her.
Thank you very much. And we are all looking for, and yeah, 3-bedroom, 2-bath in Lake Worth
I have
Beach.
3-bedroom, 2.5. See, she's gonna be great.
You're gonna be fine. And you can move in with me and the dogs and my husband, and it'll be just wonderful. But thank you very much for texting our attorney. That's, so here we are. Public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. This is gonna be a long meeting, but again, like I said, this is the only chance we get to talk. Madam Clerk, do you have any cards? Or any public
I have
comment?
one. I have one to read. That's it.
Why don't you do that?
Okay. So the comment is from Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. Good evening, Honorable Mayor And commissioners, it is important that I make these comments at tonight's meeting so that you are aware of an issue that has the potential to change the character of Lake Worth Beach's residential areas. In order to address this fully, I highly recommend that a workshop be scheduled between the City Commission and members of the Historic Preservation and Planning and Zoning boards. In my many years on both advisory boards, it was always clear that the city is not creating any new 25-foot wide residential lots. We interpreted the provision found in section 23.5-39 paren C, nonconformities, so that if a single 25-foot wide lot of record existed as of January 5th, 1976, one single family house and typical accessory structures were allowed to be built upon that one lot, period, and end of story. In a recent zoning verification letter, the interpretation is that this allows development of single-family houses on 25-foot wide platted lots that traditionally make up larger lots. For example, based on this directive, a 100-foot wide lot in a multifamily zoning district could be separated into 4 25-foot wide lots and allow the construction of a single-family home on each lot. In the past, the interpretation had been that the minimum lot width in that zoning district was 50 feet and that the creation utilization of a 25-foot wide lot platted years ago was something you were not able to do. One of the keys here is how lot of record is defined. Code language needs to be looked at and perhaps changed. It is easy to get carried away in the heat of the current real estate market to accommodate market pressures. I caution against it. Suffice to say that this is too important a decision and policy direction to be left to a zoning verification letter, in my opinion. I would suggest that you listen to the end of the Historic Preservation Board meeting from last Wednesday, October 13th, when this issue was discussed in more detail. Thank you for the opportunity to put this on your radar screen. And I again urge you to set a joint meeting with 2 of the city's most important advisory boards. That's the end of the comment.
Thank you. And another note that we, at some point, we need a workshop between the CRA and the City Commission, but our Dan's card's a little loaded now. Todd Townsend? Is that the end of that's the only one you had?
That's it, Madam Mayor, and I will be tiring. Everybody has 3 minutes.
Okay, is it just one? I just have one card from Todd Townsend about the ballot questions,
Hey, friends, good to see you tonight.
which is on the.
I'm sorry, if it's on ballot questions,
Yeah,
that's
that's on the
not
agenda.
public participation.
That's on the agenda. So when we come to that on the agenda, we come up. My mistake.
You need a card?
Yeah, yep.
Where do I get it?
We've always had, that's been for years. Do you have a public comment that you want to make, Mr.? All right, we're gonna, I know. All right, we're gonna give Mr. Drake a minute to fill out a quick, all I have to do is put your name on it.
I have a suspicion it's on an agenda item.
So do I.
I'm not sure. This might be a whole nother issue. If it is this on some, Mr. Drake, is this on something that's not on the agenda? Is it on the agenda? It's on the agenda. Okay, so when we get to that item on the agenda, this is just for things that aren't on the agenda. So when we get to your issue on the agenda, you're welcome to come up and
Without the card.
with a card, right? So this gives you some time to do a card.
This is an odd request, but
Oh.
I believe Mr. Drake probably of a certain age, and I see that, I'm guessing that he would like to talk about the vacant property ordinance. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay, which is now, Mr. Drake, you and I have,
Way down the pipe on our.
Yes. we have had some conversations about, you and I have had some recent very
You and I.
spirited conversations, right? The issue.
We've had a lot of conversations.
We've had a lot of conversations, but I think that what the agenda item, and I don't, whatever you want to say is fine, and but the item, the issue that you and I are speaking about is a little bit different than this issue for the empty lots. This is about the maintenance, the upkeep, that sort of thing, not about the fees and the things that you and I are talking
My
about.
concerns are very broad. I'll go with whatever you
Okay.
want talked about.
Okay, so are you up for waiting for a little while?
No,
You're okay with
I
that?
don't want to jump ahead of it.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Drake, although he's in advanced age, is full of life. And let me tell you, I've known Mr. Drake for about almost 30 years. We're both young and pretty. Okay, so next is the approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second
Second.
by Commissioner Robinson. All in favor?
I-
Thank you very much. Next is the approval of consent agenda. Now, so
We're good.
do I have a motion
Motion.
to approve? Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion carries 5-0. Next, we have public hearings ordinances. And this is the first reading of ordinance 21-13 and 21-14 regarding change in the future land use map. So do we have something from staff? Well, first we have to read the ordinance. Where's our lawyer? We scared him.
He stepped out for a moment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, it needs to be read. I don't think it really matters who reads it. I'll be happy to read it. Glenn's not here. I'm a lawyer.
There is
I
that.
did this for 5 years up here. Ordinance number 2021-13 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan future land use map through a small scale map amendment from the future land use FLU designation of single family residential SFR to the public P FLU designation on properties generally located at the northwest corner of Barton Road and 16th Avenue South at 1509 Barton Road, 1511 Barton Road, and 1515 Barton Road, and 1421 Barton Road, and more fully described in Exhibit A, providing the conflicting ordinances are repealed, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Do we have a presentation from staff?
Sustainability Director.
Could you,
Fairly routine.
better if you come up here. I think people can see you. Oh, do you have to do that? Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, did you read the title of both ordinances?
I did not. I know that's why I'm no longer with city
There's
attorney.
also ordinance 2021-14 as part of the same item, please.
Is that, okay,
On the
right.
title.
Oh, here we go. Okay, ordinance number 21-14 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map from the zoning district of single-family residential SFR to public P on properties generally located at the northwest corner of Barton Road and 16th Avenue South at 1509 Barton Road, 1511 Barton Road, and 1515 Barton Road and 1421 Barton Road, and as more particularly described in Exhibit A, and provided for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Again, William Waters, Community
Thank you.
Sustainability Director. This is going to be a joint presentation for both ordinances, which is a fairly routine planning matter where we're going to be proposing to change the future land use map for these properties to go from single family low density residential to public, and also change the zoning of those properties from single family residential SFR 7 to public. You can advance one, please, Bruce, thanks. This is a site location map. It's right next to the Barton School. This property is owned by the Palm Beach County School Board, and they have some anticipated plans to collaborate with a nonprofit to provide some additional services to the school systems across Palm Beach County. And in furtherance of that, they're making a request in collaboration with the city to change the future land use map and the zoning. These are some maps that generally show where it is again. Move forward. A little bit of background, the applicant is the school district of Palm Beach County. They also own the property. They've already gone over the general location as well as what the current zoning and future land use are. And then the proposal for taking those two properties from single family residential lower density to public designations for both future land use as well as zoning. Some existing conditions. So based on the analysis done by an outside consultant, as well as the information provided by the school board, the flume or future land use map change is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, and also provides sufficient levels of service within the city to accommodate what uses may be proposed on that site once the zoning is changed. So from that standpoint, the staff recommended their future land use map be changed. This also went to the planning and zoning board, who also recommended this be changed.
Always good to cooperate with the school board.
And the rezoning is the same consistency with the comp plan, the strategic plan, the city's land development regulations, and the rezoning criteria of LDR, which is land development regulations, section 23.2-36(4). There is a staff recommended approval for the rezoning. And again, the planning and zoning board also recommended approval for the rezoning.
I have one question, and that is, I'm assuming the notice went out to the neighbors that this is, and have you heard any feedback, either pro or, no feedback? Okay, great. Do I have a motion
Motion to approve.
Second,
by Commissioner Maliga? All in favor?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I do have one public comment on this
Oh,
item.
I'm so sorry. Please read
It's a
it.
short one.
Okay.
Michelle Mimi May, 167 Yale Drive. I, Mimi May, as chairperson of the newly formed Lake Worth Beach Education Task Force, would like to speak in favor of Proposal A in the public hearing section of the agenda for tonight's meeting. We, the task force, feel that having the Education Foundation located in Lake Worth Beach would be beneficial to our schools and would increase the partnership potential between the Lake Worth Beach schools and the Education Foundation. That is the end of the comment.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I always get it wrong. Okay, so I have a,
I'm sorry, Attorney. I'm not sure whether we can do one motion to approve.
I was just going to talk about that.
Two motions.
I was going to talk about that. Commissioner Maliga, I see
Okay.
like,
I just wanted to piggyback that I did speak with Principal Shannon at Barton in regards to this project. She's in favor of it, doesn't need the land for any more classrooms. That was my biggest concern with her. Did they have it, what they needed at Barton before we went and knocked down and rebuilt something?
Mhm.
Also, the nonprofit is Educational Foundation, which Mimi just said on the record. Erica Whitfield was kind enough to organize a meeting with me going up there and meeting the staff that's actually here in the room. And from that turned into donations already going to Barton last Friday. So I'm excited about this. I think it's a great foundation and a great way to get the things that our teachers need, easy access. Otherwise, now they got to drive all the way to Rivera Beach.
yeah, no, it's,
This is a great program.
okay, so thank you. So let me separate the two ordinances. The first one that we will vote on is 2021-13, which was motioned by Commissioner Robinson and seconded by Commissioner Maliga. All in favor?
Aye.
Ordinance number 2021-14. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
From Commissioner Maliga,
Second.
second by Commissioner Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
So the second reading will be November 16th.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
All right, thank you. Well done.
Good stuff.
I like when good things happen. Okay. now we are at unfinished business. Okay, now we're at the ballot questions. We have do we have city staff recommendations or we'll just talk? Okay. We have had a charter review committee and they have come up with 4 possible charter questions. And Commissioner Robinson brought one up tonight as another possibility. So, and now Commissioner Maliga is gone. So how do you want to handle this? Do you want to talk? Do you want to make a motion to approve their recommendations? How, you
Short bathroom break.
want to take a bathroom break?
Very short one.
All right, let's take, what time is it?
It's 30.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 7:45.
7:45. So let's get back here at about 10 to 8, no, 5 to 8, 10 minutes.
7 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you were Herman, you're killing me.
Boy, can you come back out, negotiate our
We had gym
bathroom break,
class. We used to do a
please?
shower in 7 minutes, in and out in 7 minutes, wasn't it?
Okay, we'll be back very shortly. Between 7 to 10 minutes.
All right, so we're good?
Telling you.
Of course.
And that should only take an hour.
Everybody's back. Okey doke. Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is 7:53 and we are back live.
Okay, great. We are now on unfinished business discussion regarding the potential ballot questions for the March 2022 municipal election. Mr. Attorney, do you have any comments or info or input?
The Charter Review Committee had a number of meetings. Had a number of meetings, and I think you heard Sam Goodstein make a presentation, and it's simply a matter of deciding, are there any things that you'd like on the ballot? I think that supervisor election was given us a December 3rd deadline. Melissa's indicated we might have a day or two more than that. So if you're going to go for any of these, you obviously have to work quickly, because we need 2 readings on the ordinance to get it on the ballot by then.
We have I have, Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards?
I do not.
Okay, I have one up here, but let's talk about this a little bit. How do you want to handle this? You want to talk about the 4, possibly 5 items?
One at a time.
One at a time? All right, let's take number 1. The first one is term limits of 2 consecutive terms for a given seat, which means that you could run for 2 terms, take a term off and come back, is my understanding, correct? Am I correct?
That's
So it's consecutive being the important word there.
Or you could be mayor for 2 terms and then run for commissioner,
Yes,
correct.
correct?
That's my question.
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
for a given seat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so so are we okay with putting that on the ballot?
Absolutely,
Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah,
Okay, you're uncharacteristically quiet, so I just want
because
to,
you got a haircut.
okay, so number 1 is okay. Number 2,
I'm broke.
in any election, a candidate may consider forcing a runoff, and we had that situation about 3 years ago. Do I have any discussion on number 2?
Makes sense to me.
I'm fine with that.
I'm,
It saves the city money.
right, my only question to the attorney would be, how would that work in terms of if there is, it just, we wouldn't have.
Just write it in a way that if a person does a written concession by a date certain.
Right.
That then the election does need to go forward.
Okay,
Would it be
Okay.
like a time, like 48 hours, 72 hours from that election?
I would talk to the Commissioner of Elections, Supervisor Elections, to see before they're gonna start running the clock.
right, that's the.
Gotcha.
So I'm thinking we might have a week. I'm not sure we're gonna have any more than a week.
No, probably not.
Excuse me, Mr. City Attorney, since the runoff is exactly 2 weeks after the general election, they have to print the ballot. We absolutely would not have a week. I would say we'd be lucky if we had 2 days.
Okay,
So maybe 48 hours, 72 hours.
right, that's right.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're okay with number 2.
Correct.
Everybody?
Yes.
Okay, just
No
making sure.
exception.
I don't want to overstep my bounds.
No exception.
Here's an interesting one, change to a single member district voting with the mayor still being at large. And let's talk about that one. Does anybody have any input on that one, or how?
No.
I say all of it should go on the ballot and just let the people decide.
I'm assuming that people will know what that means. It would mean that if you live in District 1, you vote for your commissioner in District 1, 2, 3, 4. The mayor, of course, would have to just drive a lot around the town.
I think it's great because I only have to campaign in one area.
Commissioner,
I would love to hear from Mr. Townsend, because what if he says something that sparks like we only have one comment on this?
Mhm.
What if he says something that's like, oh, that's really, I didn't think about that.
Well, we're not voting, we're just talking.
Right, well, okay.
then
We
we'll,
can revisit.
yeah, we're just
after.
getting consensus right now.
I object to the number 3.
You object to it?
Yes,
Okay,
we are supposed to represent the city, and the city voters expect us to represent them. It would lead to more parochial behavior, and we're parochial enough as it is.
but what about having it on the agenda for people, on the ballot for people to decide? Which is what this is about, not deciding
So the
ourselves.
Well, we've decided other things aren't going to be on the ballot, so
I don't know what you're talking about, but
you do understand what I'm
I
talking?
don't.
Well, you just said a few minutes ago that we weren't going to let the citizens decide whether the residency requirement was.
I would say I wouldn't support that. I would support going from 6 months to a year, but I would, I mean, and we, if you all, it's not, I'm not the queen of this, but if, you know, if there's consensus to eliminate the residency requirement, I'd like that to, you know,
No, I was going to put it to the citizens.
well, so we have to decide what goes on the ballot.
Yes. So I'm saying, you know, we're going to decide if we're going to put changing to a single member district on the ballot, but we are definitely not going to consider the residency requirement to go on the ballot.
Commissioner McVoy has his light.
I do, and this is one that I've thought some about. I do not have a clear personal opinion myself, but I would like to share my views about it and the logic behind it.
That the single member?
This is item 3, the
Mhm.
change to single member
Right.
district voting for commissioners, mayor at large.
Yep.
Mayor at large, I have no problem with that. I think we probably all agree with. The issue is, do we want as a community to moving to having the 4 commissioners represent really only their commission, I mean, their district, sorry, and that they are only elected by their district. I think I agree with what I'm guessing is Commissioner Robinson's concern that by doing that, there's a tendency for us to think much more locally and not think about the city as a whole. I personally, from my experience campaigning a number of times, I definitely learned things by having to campaign throughout the city.
Mhm.
And I believe that that makes me a better commissioner to represent the whole city. I certainly hear Commissioner Malega that it's a whole lot easier if you don't have to campaign in your own district. That's certainly much easier to do. I also hear the counter argument I've heard people make that, well, if you, and I'm trying to think how it goes. If you are only elected in your district, that will make sure that the voting is better distributed around the city. Right now, there is a tendency, or has been for a long time, that the people that actually vote in the elections out of whatever we are now, 40-odd thousand people, it's really only 2, 3, 4,000 people that elect us, and they're not evenly distributed across the city,
Mhm.
which is definitely a negative and unfortunate. We would like to have much broader representation, and single member district probably would encourage that,
Mhm.
I'm guessing. So though, that's why I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, because they're up.
There's pros and cons to both of them.
There are pros and cons to both ways, and I don't know what is the better way. I have been told, I don't know anything about it, I've been told that there are groups, and I want to say the National League of Cities and maybe some other group have thought about this issue. I have not heard what they recommend. But I think that might be something that we might want to listen to other nationwide experience before we.
Except our clock is ticking.
Well, that's kind of my,
Commissioner Stokes.
I haven't been watching all the charter review meetings.
I haven't.
So is there anybody here from, other than our clerk, or even maybe, I don't know, it's not probably her job to have to relay this, but the committee heard arguments similar to Mr. Commissioner Robinson's. They heard these arguments, they did the research, they've done this, and this is where they came up with. So, you know, I wish that we could hear from them how they arrived here a little bit more, because I know that they've teased this out. They've
Right.
talked about this
Right.
a lot, and this is what they came up with. So all those concerns were brought up, and the majority of the charter review committee thought that this, you know, having heard all this was worth bringing forward. So that's kind of where I'm leaning towards, let's put it on the
Mhm.
ballot. This has been discussed a lot. I wish I knew the reasons more behind that. I do think, you know, a campaigns having, like we all have said, campaigning, the strategy is we can't talk to all 30 whatever thousand. Let's go talk to the people who vote.
Mhm.
Which means we don't have the time and energy to bring in new people. We just keep going after the
Mhm.
same people because they're like, well, it makes sense to go after the people who vote.
Mhm.
You know, and I feel like doing this, I seriously doubt that I would, in my own district, only talk to the people who've ever voted in my district. I would be able to broaden the people that I'd be able to broaden my universe.
In your own
In my
district.
district, because I
Right.
don't have to go into District 1 and District 4 and District 2, but I care about the whole city. I'm never gonna not care about the whole
Right.
city.
And I'm wondering if we could add language to that to make it clear that although it's single member districts,
We
that
don't
they,
represent.
We work for the whole
represent the
city.
entire
Represent
city.
the whole
Absolutely.
I think that would be language that would suit, yeah, I understand the pros and cons, but at least that would make it clear to the folks that are voting that it's not just your, every
Right.
commissioner, because you do sort of, I mean, it doesn't help a mayor much. But you do know the areas, you're more familiar with your district because you live there. I mean, that's just part of the life. So if I would suggest that we put that language in there, but also have language clearly that the commissioners know, even if it's a single member vote, district voting, the commissioners still represent the population at large.
So it'd be like district elected, but city
Exactly.
serving.
Yep. Mr. Attorney?
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am the liaison for the Charter Review
Oh.
Committee. I have been at every single meeting.
Thank
And the thought behind this question does not have to do with representing the city. It has to do with giving more weight to the voters in each district to elect their commissioner, because if you look at each district, the percentage that vote and are voting for the representative of a different district, is higher than maybe what it would be. It would still be that every commissioner represents the entire city. It was just more so that the voters would have more of a say in their own representative.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think, on one of the positive things about that would be that folks in a district might be a little more interested in getting involved
Right.
because they know perhaps that their vote would actually mean more than a heavy, it's pretty uneven, like you said. It's pretty uneven. So, I mean, that, and also, so that would be another positive. Commissioner Robinson.
I'm going to say that if District 3 gets elected by 53% of the people that voted in District 3,
Right.
and that represents 500 people. I'm going to get screwed up in the math, but it represents 200 people.
Yeah.
And District 1 gets elected by 53%, but that represents 50 people. Because we know that District 1 does, and it's a sad fact that they vote less in District 1. Does that jeopardize the influence of District 1?
They'd still have a commissioner.
Well, and with that, and
it might encourage people to.
I completely understand what you're saying. And also what I think that will happen is it does allow, like Kim said, or Commissioner Stokes said, that I can now touch every single door or 2 or 3 times touch that door. But it also, I think, encourages people, again, it's up to people to vote on, but I think it also encourages others within that district to run for that seat.
Right.
That they feel like they have something, there's empowerment there. And I think that, everything that's on here is great and we should give it to the people. I do love knocking on doors in the whole community, as Commissioner McVoy said, because that's how you get to know the city better, right? But to be able to only focus on your district and knocking on those doors and really hearing from the people that you're serving, I think is imperative.
And maybe
And I think
encourage
the
them.
reason our voter turnout is low in District 1 is because you get 1 day to vote. There is no early voting and it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And my district is predominantly working 2 and 3 jobs to keep their doors open, to keep their, their housing.
They can mail in vote.
They can do mail-in votes, which, obviously that's what we were thankful for last election. We had a big push,
Mhm.
and we really got, made sure that people got the mail-in ballots because of COVID. And we hope that continues over the next 2 or 3 trends. But I agree with Commissioner Robinson that the numbers will be different. The percentages might be the same, but we're going to see if this passes a big discrepancy in voter numbers.
Right. Commissioner Robinson.
I want to encourage voting everywhere. Is there any way that we can put some incentive on the ballot to
Get $10 if you vote. You what?
You know, that's,
Yeah, the incentive is to get you the candidate that you want to get elected.
yeah.
I was wondering if, the charter is so permanent, you know, it's like hard to change, and it's like, you know, I wish it was like, if after 5 or 3 elections, we haven't seen any increase in
Yeah,
the voter turnout, we go back, but we can,
You know, you can always
amend the charter at any time.
You can always- And as a matter of fact, whether the election was held in March or November
Yeah,
was back and forth quite a few
Yeah.
times in past years. So, yeah, I mean, if things don't work out, we can always come back. But so it's a question of, will this go on the ballot?
I'm in favor.
Okay.
and the people who feel very strongly about it will no doubt
Vote for it.
have their own information campaigns going on,
But
to encourage it or discourage it.
do we have consensus to add language about making it clear that it's, serves the whole city?
Yeah, definitely.
So single member elected, all city serving,
Serving, yep. Okay,
so
so,
shaking his head like.
Yeah, because we are going to be limited to verbiage on,
Yeah.
on that. So
Yeah, I
Good.
think you get 75 words, I remember.
so I understand, listen, there's pros and cons. That's why we're giving it to vote to the people. Number 4, allow election by plurality should the leading candidate get 40% plus 1 of the vote. This is when we have, I think this comes into play when we have like 3 or more candidates. If it's 2, somebody's gonna win or lose. But how do you feel about that?
What exactly does 40% plus 1 mean?
Well, I think, again, I wasn't at those meetings and Madam Clerk, if you want to, let us know, but to me, it sounds like if somebody gets 40% of the vote, if there's 3 people running, that's a pretty good
That's pretty
majority.
good chunk.
Yeah,
So 40% plus one person, plus
Right
one
now, we're
person.
50 plus 1.
right.
Because you don't have to be 51%, but if for some crazy reason you had an even number of people running, and we got exactly the same votes, 50% doesn't win, it's 50% plus 1 person, not 51%. And so this would be the same thing.
That's what I say, every vote counts.
I was just gonna say that's, it's a good plug for that.
I'm
Go ahead. Thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
I'm just curious about this because if we have 3 candidates that are running and one is really, they just fill out their paperwork, they don't really put their name on the
It
ballot.
happens.
I'm just wondering how close of I didn't crunch the numbers, like how close could somebody win? Could they win 40%? And then the other 60% would be divided up.
Right.
And,
I think that's the concept.
how close could that be? You know, they could win with 40% versus, only 3% over the other person.
Well, those people who normally put to Commissioner Stokes, the people who normally just put their name out there that we've seen them, right?
Mhm.
They usually get between 5 to 9% of the vote.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you say less than 10%, that leaves the other person with the remainder, so then there really isn't a 40 plus 1. I think this would come into play like normally there's the mayor's race. with 4
Exactly.
people,
Yeah,
not really 3, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah.
it was a crowd.
My question is, how is the language going to be written to where people understand this when they go to the ballot?
All of them, yeah.
Mhm.
This one is going to be tricky. Like, how do you put all this into 75 words or less?
Right.
I think it is quite
And a
restrictive.
15-word title, 15-word title and 75-word ballot question.
For each question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First question. So you get,
Yeah, you've got some,
Yeah.
and I think, again, communication and education is, that'll be on us to get out the word about this is coming up. Yes,
I have a
Commissioner.
question for our clerk. Because I know we talked about ranked choice voting, which to me seems like a better way, because if nobody gets 50%, then you just, cut the bottom off and whoever their second choice was, it goes to, it's more representative. So was this like a byproduct because we cannot get ranked choice voting? So they thought maybe this was like the best we could do?
No,
Or-
actually, Commissioner, there was a big discussion whether they should try to get rid of the runoffs, which are
Right.
a huge expense to the city. We've had 3 in the 5 years I've been running elections, and they're very expensive. But they were hesitant to get rid of the runoff. They felt that this would cut down on the number of runoffs that there were without eliminating the runoff. And they didn't feel comfortable lowering it below 40%. They felt 40% is a large enough majority of voters that the person really should serve. And Commissioner Maliga is correct. We have had people that sort of throw their hat in every election and really don't affect the outcome.
So we could have, I'm trying to,
Our math major
gonna
is working
embarrass
on it.
myself.
Well, no, because in the case like when
You're gonna-
Mr. Boy just ran, if that other person wouldn't have ran, those six, I think, whatever the votes were, I did the math, there would have been a clear winner if that one person wouldn't have taken that little pocket of votes.
Right. So what if we had three
Right.
candidates that were running very serious, what if we ended up with a 40, 39, 21?
That's 40 plus one.
That person won without a majority and they won by one
One
vote.
vote.
That's where I get, that's what makes me nervous about this is those extreme, those edge cases where you could have, that could be, and the 21 that voted for that third candidate, if they had to choose between the top two, might have all gone to the number two. Yeah, it's just those edge cases make me so nervous. for
Are you
this.
uncomfortable with the number? Would 45 be better?
45 would be better.
I mean, right now it's 50.
49 would, no, I don't know. I know that's that we're trying to avoid, but,
How do you feel about 45?
And that hurts my head, I don't know. I'm a math person, but not that math person. Is there a reason that we would not want to consider that, and I don't know the proper name, but rank something or other?
I think our attorney may
You
want
want to do elections on your own.
It's a whole
so the
thing.
state is,
At this point, I think the state's not accepting that.
Right,
And I think.
can't do it.
the Resolution is passed to encourage it.
right.
It's not accepting. And I think Melissa was at that charter committee meeting. I haven't gone to all of them where they discussed that.
Yeah, I think
So it's
we
just
can't.
not an option.
Right.
Melissa, I have a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see your light, Kim.
no, it's a permanent so that I always have the floor.
My question is, did the charter review team, the board look at the last couple elections and the numbers and the ratios when they made this decision?
Yes, I actually gave them, I have a history, I'm looking at it right now. So I have a history folder or a history file on my computer that lists every election, what the turnout was and what not the percentage, but the number of votes for each candidate. So yes, they did look at that because in the last election, there were 4 people running for mayor and 4 people ran for Commissioner District 2. But there wasn't a runoff for mayor. There was a runoff for District 2. But the other 2 candidates had very few votes out of the 4.
Right.
It was the same actually in both. It's just that Mayor Resch had a higher percentage to enable her to not be in a runoff, whereas Commissioner McVoy didn't.
So they heard all that data before they chose 40% is what I just wanted to be clear on.
Yeah, they talked about a lot of different percentages and they didn't really, some said a little lower, but the consensus when they were voting on it was 40% was as low as they felt comfortable going. They didn't talk about going higher though.
They
They did or did not?
No, there was like, they talked about 30, 35, and then finally they settled on 40. They didn't say, oh, let's make it 45. Maybe
But
because 45 is so
mathematically,
close to
45
50,
works
what's
better.
the point?
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Robinson?
Well, it's a majority, it's a higher majority.
Okay,
Robinson.
so, well, you suggested 45. Can we wrap this up with 45?
Do we have consensus to change it to 45?
Does it make a difference? I mean, mathematically, you're saying,
Mathematically, I don't think the 5% makes the difference.
Mathematically, you could still win by just, any scenario we do, you're gonna be able to win by 1%. It's just, you had to get.
That many
a
more.
much, more people to vote for you, a higher majority of the pie.
Okay,
I
so,
don't, we are hearing stories about races that have happened in Florida where people are being dirty and intentionally running candidates to try to
Oh,
manipulate.
Oh, absolutely.
it happened in Lake Worth.
So.
I
it's-
remember one election in the 90s where I believe the candidate won by 16 votes. A commission candidate.
But I will trust our charter review that they did their due diligence around us and considered all of these things.
So 40 or 45?
40 and done deal.
So Herman's in at 40.
I'll go with the group.
I'm good, like I said, I'm good with what the charter
Okay.
review did.
I had suggested to the Charter Review Committee that we can talk about changing boundaries of the commissions from districts going east and west to create more diversity in the voting. But apparently it didn't go very far.
Apparently, it's not on their list.
I just thought I'd mention it
Thank you.
here because
There's always, some other time. And Commissioner Robinson, you talked about taking the, is there any support for taking the requirement for the city manager?
I don't think taking it off, but extending it for a year.
Mhm.
I mean, again, let the people decide. That's,
So, that would be one thing. So Commissioner,
but
On the one the residency issue,
yeah,
right now, that's complete, these are all in the charter.
Right.
They're talking about,
this would be in addition to the
this is
charter.
something different, or do you really want to add it to the charter?
Do you want to do, we can do it in the ordinance if we want to change it.
I was gonna say, you can always do like a straw poll or something where that's the real question. Do you want to bind the future of the city to always having a charter amendment on that issue?
On that.
I agree. No, I don't.
Let's do the ordinance. Okay, all right, so let's
Revamp the ordinance.
revamp the ordinance. Thank you for that.
Kim's light on, or is it just?
I turned it on, I have.
She's back.
I'm too.
You've been talking to Commissioner McVoy. I don't know what's going on. Go ahead.
I just have a question maybe for Melissa, the first one I'm curious about because with Omari Hardy's resignation,
Yeah,
there was, I could have done a better job of filling that vacancy, but there was ambiguity in the charter on. shall
when it
say,
should happen,
whatever.
right?
I don't think it's a good practice to wait until after qualifying to choose.
I think
who's gonna
I agree with
fill.
you.
So my question is, why is that, why aren't we putting that on?
That's an interesting question.
Do you know, Melissa? I'm sure, I know that it's something that they were considering.
Well, because they started with, these are the election related things they
Yeah.
started with. They didn't get to that yet.
Okay.
They still, I believe they could meet for years. They want to really delve in, and that's a discussion we're going to have because the resolution is pretty clear. And that might not have to be revived, but they revised, but they did not, that's just something they didn't get to. And they did meet twice a month.
Right.
Okay, here's a question. Is that a charter thing or is that an ordinance thing? The cutoff date for when, that language about when someone leaves in the middle of a term.
That's in the charter.
Okay, I think that's an excellent suggestion, Commissioner Stokes. I would support something about that any appointment to fill an unfilled seat would be done prior to the qualifying date.
Prior to qualifying date, and also, if somebody resigns, I would expect you to be doing that in
gotta
a
do it.
timely manner. The timing of that
It was-
just happened, but what if you resign a year before it?
Well, there's language in the charter that does say if you have more than
Oh,
6
then it
months
has
left on your term, less than 6 months, if it's within
Right, right.
6 months of an election, like it's lengthy,
Yeah,
but you have to dissect it to get to the root to what it really is.
Yeah.
okay, but we definitely want to see if it's just a shall or must change in verbiage.
I would like,
I think it says shall, not must, or it doesn't say it's required.
well, I don't think I don't think there's a time frame in it.
No, there is.
But in terms of the qualifying date.
Right, I don't know that they reference that.
No.
The qualifying date's not listed.
Right.
Yeah.
I would support that because I think that is, that has left us apparently open for a certain amount of, I would support that it would be a deadline
Mhm.
for
So if a vacancy occurs like within 120 days, that must be filled, because I don't think it says that now.
I think you either fill it by qualifying or you lost your chance because you're just filling it for a month anyways.
right,
If
exactly.
you're interested in filling it before you see who's running for office and not waiting until that has closed and nobody else. So
I
if somebody
agree.
doesn't like your appointment, they can't challenge you because you sat on your, like,
Right.
I don't, it's.
So do we have consensus to add that to the list of questions?
Questions? Yeah.
Ballot
So
questions?
that would be something to, any appointment to fill an unexpired term must be made prior to qualifying?
Yep.
Day before qualifying, a month before qualifying? How much before? Because obviously we do it 10 minutes for qualifying.
2 weeks.
Before.
2 weeks.
Yeah,
I'm just throwing that
not
out.
Problem if you only did it a day before.
Right.
A day before the beginning of
The
qualifying.
beginning of qualifying, not the end of
Beginning,
qualifying.
okay, at least,
Qualifying's 2
at
weeks.
least one day before the beginning of qualifying,
Yeah.
5 days before, or?
I'd say one day, because then everyone has the entire qualifying period to
Okay.
know what the lay of the land is.
No later than 24 hours prior to the opening of qualifying.
Are we pushing the word limit on the ballot?
No, each
And now
question
we have
gets thrown.
Now we have 6 items on the ballot.
Yep.
Right?
How did we get from
Four.
4 to 6?
Plus
Five.
the city manager.
5,
But we're not doing.
Oh, no, that's right.
There's an
taking it
order.
off.
so 5. Okay, I thank you.
And I am in support of bringing a resolution forth about ranked choice voting, even though we can't put it on the ballot. I do think, you know, I know the charter review is interested in at least saying, we believe it's a good democratic way to elect people, even though we can't do it as of yet.
Do you want to, like, are you telling us that you'd
The
like?
charter review, are they bringing it forward?
No, I think they're done because of the time frame.
Oh, I thought they were gonna ask us to do this resolution.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about questions for the ballot right now.
Yeah.
So, well, if they're listening.
Okay,
bring it.
the resolution, I don't have any problem with the resolution. I'm questioning of the timing. There's really no rush to do that.
Yeah.
And I think we're a little staff full right now. So if we could ask to bring that back in a couple of months, perhaps, it's nothing that's going to affect, just we're putting a lot on staff right now. Okay, thank you. Todd, come on up. Todd Townsend. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
I don't have any.
Okay, we have one up here, Mr. Townsend. Go ahead.
So my comment has nothing to do with any of the stuff y'all were talking about. Those are not my waters, but thank you for calling me up anyway. I wanted to go back to trying to put adding 3 stories onto the future hotel onto the ballot so that we can again advertise to and from A1A.
I don't want to, what?
So I was asking if we could put something on the ballot that, you know, ask the community again, if we can add some 3 stories to the new hotel so that we can advertise to and from A1A. I think it's really important.
Oh, I don't know.
Ballot questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like,
Might be different than what y'all are doing.
yeah, and it's also kind of late in the game. I mean, they didn't talk about it at all. I think that's a pretty big issue. I mean, I respectfully,
No, that's all right. I'm only one person with one voice, so I feel it, I know, I watch all the meetings.
I know you
I
do.
watch.
Aren't you glad you're back in now?
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. So the other thing was, let me forget what I was gonna say. My time running out.
It's ticking.
Guess that's it.
Thank you.
You can always email us.
Yeah.
No, actually, now I remember. I wanted to see about making individual appointments with all of you. Can we do that? Can we sit down with you and have an appointment, talk about stuff? Because, you know, some of you have my copy of the plan that I wrote for the beach. And as I had finished up writing that, I had a really highly renowned architect come and check me out at the beach. We met there for some 2 hours, and that was Bob Bell. And he's got a place in West Palm on Corporate Way. It's a really high standing kind of guy, you know, he knows his stuff. You know, and he really liked my entire plan. But at the end, he said, I'm going to have to back out because right now it doesn't look like you can get it through the commission. And that was during the.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I want to talk about each individually. So I got to go. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Bless you all. Y'all are doing some great work. You
Thank
work too much for me, though.
Have a safe trip home. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have 5 questions that that the attorney and the clerk are gonna. Oh, did we vote? We need a vote.
Discussion?
Motion.
To approve the 5
No, there's
questions.
no,
What?
it was just consensus whether to move any or all of them forward, so.
Oh, all right.
Back an ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Just check something with Melissa.
Uh, yeah.
From the supervisor election standpoint, we did the November 16th and the December 7th meetings. Is that gonna make the deadline?
I will call them tomorrow, but I believe it's close enough that it would.
Because your other option is November 2nd, which is only 2 weeks away.
Right. But we know, I mean, they're not that complicated.
Right, so we gotta get it on.
Well,
You're gonna tell you that agenda's closing in a couple of days.
Right.
It's closed actually, and it's being printed tomorrow, but it
Oh,
could be,
good.
it could
We
be
can
an
make an
add-on.
exception.
I think we can do the 16th and the 7th as well.
We're okay with those dates?
As long as, Melissa, when you check with the supervisor, let me know.
Yeah, I'll call in the morning.
No.
Okay, and if it works, that's great. If it doesn't, I would ask then the city manager to put on the next agenda. We don't want to miss the deadline.
Right.
After all this work. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along, we have new business and we have item A, which is a purchase order with Atlantic Machinery for the procurement of a new Ravo compact street sweeper. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Brown.
Evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. For the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. So this item is for a brand new sweeper. I do have one correction to the agenda item. When we did the items, if you're doing items much earlier now, we did have a contract at that point in time with an outside vendor. September was the last time they were here though. So we did not renew that contract with them. So since the beginning of September, we've been doing that all in-house.
Okay, so right now, this is sort of off the table, this particular contract. We can bring
It's on the
it.
table.
No, no,
It's
we
on
need- on the
We have,
table.
what we were doing before, we have one sweeper.
Yeah.
In-house.
Yeah.
And we were doing districts 3 and 4. We had a
Okay,
vendor who was coming in basically once a month and doing districts 1 and 2.
right.
Now with the other sweeper, we're gonna be able to do all 4 districts. All in-house.
Okay, so, and so both sweepers will operate. It's not like one spare. Both of them will be out on the street.
We have 2 sweeper drivers and they basically alternate right now.
Okay.
We'll have 2 full-time people on the sweeper.
Is there any, yeah, okay.
The issue is with the vendor, we've had multiple street sweeper vendors now. It's always a problem.
Yeah, I like in-house as much as we possibly.
So this gives us a little bit more flexibility. And we haven't gotten any complaints in the past almost 2 months now.
Is there any chance of getting a schedule so that people like, like in New York, often, parking, alternate side of the street parking? Is that what you were going to talk about?
We used to have.
I thought there was.
Schedule. The problem with that was sticking to that schedule when we have rain, when we have all these different things that kind of come about.
Mhm.
Or days when you just have everyone parked on one side of the road. The question becomes the following day,
Right,
do we now go back and pick up what we missed the previous day because rain was everywhere?
It's
We
still
just
there.
couldn't do it because of weather.
right.
Or does that just get skipped until the next time we're in that area, which could be another week and a half, 2 weeks away?
Okay.
And Lord forbid, if we come back that second time and you have another issue, do they get skipped again? Because if you come back and you basically take care of the next day, which is what we're doing now,
Mhm.
that throws off that complete schedule because now what you were scheduled to do that day is going to happen the following day.
And it's
It just piles on.
domino
It
effect.
piles on. So it got too hard to try and keep up with that schedule and keep on there and not miss days. So it was a lot easier just to do away with that schedule. It's causing more issues than.
Could we do like a week, like the week of? Commissioner Stokes had her light on first.
My question was just, I've actually had complaints recently. And they're not even in my district, but in my neighborhood, I don't think we ever have a problem, but then there's other areas. I did drive down there and rode around there and saw, and I was like, wow, this looks like a lot of debris from vegetation. This looks like a street that just needs it more.
Cries out.
And so I don't know if we have any, I know, like, it just seems crazy to think like we have this great map of the city and we're like, that's a problem area, that's a problem area, that's a problem area. And if those get skipped, we don't redo the whole zone, but we say we better go back to that street within that zone to try to make up for those, areas that are gonna cause us more problems.
And it's always in areas where you have a lot heavier vegetation, especially after heavy rain, you're just gonna have a different atmosphere there than areas where we don't.
Yeah.
So we have the areas that we know we need to hit heavier. Post-storm, pre-storm, kind of the same thing we're doing in districts 3 and 4.
Okay.
Try to keep everything free from the drains.
And with the alternate parking and things like that, it's, again, like I think the closer you are to downtown, it's like more, there's very few spots open.
Right.
Like, is that something, so basically, do we have to have the same exact policy for the entire city, or do we like target based on the needs and the actual makeup of the various areas?
We target like for the downtown area, for instance, we always hit that very early. Because if we can get that done between like 6:30 and 8:30, there's obviously a lot less parking out there at that point in time than if you were to say wait until trying to do it after like 10 o'clock is kind of pointless. I mean, everyone's already started to fill the downtown and it's just too difficult.
I wish I knew when you were coming because my trees dropped so many leaves. I would be off there.
So,
Scheduling.
But I
so
think-
what this is going to allow us to do is basically have twice the equipment out on the road.
Okay.
And hopefully start doing a lot better than we were doing when we had the vendor doing,
And we already have the personnel to do it.
we already had the person.
Okay.
This is just, and this was also, just so you guys know, this was in the budget you approved as
Right.
part of our capital.
That's what I
So
thought.
this isn't any additional, right? It's part of our budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Maliga has her light on.
Two things. You said that the previous contractor did District 1 and 2 once a month.
Yes,
That is sad. I'm not
yes.
taking this out on you, but that just goes to some of the inequities that happen in this city. And there's a frustration level because obviously everybody pays taxes and utilities and contributes. So I'm really happy to sign off and say yes, because we hopefully will be getting attention more than once a month in District 1 and District 2. My next question is, can you teach me how to drive it?
Well, real quick, I don't know if the teacher, right, but the reason that we were having them do districts 1 and 2 is more of a funding issue. Because 3 and 4, because of all the additional vegetation there, and because of when we get the storms and the flooding issues we know we already have in those areas, especially in District 4, we needed to have more attention with the city sweeper in those areas because those were going to be done more frequently, especially pre and post storm.
Well, we hope that we're done a lot more frequently than once a month now. That makes me very happy.
There's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of inequities in the city about, just different districts. I mean, you have a gym, there's a lot of
No,
stuff
I'm
that want to,
saying,
yeah.
but that's good to, because the flooding in I sent you pictures of C Street 2 weeks ago, and people could not even get to their cars because of how bad the drains were.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner McBoyd.
I would just like to say that I very much support having in-house sweeping. I think Jamie may remember that I made a lot of stink in the past when we were outsourcing it a number of years ago, and I was not impressed with how well it worked, so I very much support it. I would also like to encourage us as a commission to somehow encourage our residents to not blow their stuff into the road. In my case, I have a lot of native vegetation, so I don't have grass, but I always blow my stuff into the yard and it stays, it doesn't then go out. So I try to keep my load down, but, and that doesn't work for everybody, depends on what you have for vegetation, but the more people can blow the stuff into their property.
Or pick it
rather than
up.
Into the road.
Or pick it up.
Less plugging up with the drains, and plugging the drains is a big deal.
And I would suggest, I know on my street, I have a big stick, and whenever the flooding happens, I just go, it's like a kid playing in a stream, as I, sticking it so that, to open it back up. I mean, I think all of us can have a little participation. It's fun actually to get that water going. So thank you. Do I have?
We just need to work on scheduling and getting the word out that it's not going to be just driving down the center of the street.
That defeats the purpose.
Right, but they have to, I mean, if there's cars there. So, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion. All right, go ahead. District 1 and 2 are excited.
I defer.
And I'm excited because it involves the whole city. So motion by Commissioner Maliga, seconded by Commissioner McFoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamie. And as usual, your department rocks. Okay, good evening. Now we're on new business B. Resolution 73-2021, authorizing the submission of a state water quality assistance grant application for the Wellesley and 18th Avenue North Stormwater System Improvements Project. Mr. Shields, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and
Good evening.
Commissioners. Quite simply, this is yet another grant funding opportunity for stormwater improvements. As you know, stormwater utility is very limited in capital funding. So we apply for every possible grant that's out there. This is another one that's by Florida DEP, the State Water Quality Assistance, also known as the SWAG grant. And it's for the same project we've submitted other opportunities on. We're actually number one listed on the Lake Lagoon Initiative. That's the help of Commissioner McVoy. But same project, shovel ready, ready to go.
Great.
Hopefully get 50% funding.
And that's a flooded area. That's an area that's got flooding problems too.
Yes, King Tide flooding area.
Right.
We just addressed that. We put in the new check valves and new seawalls. Those have just been recently completed.
Great,
This is for water quality improvements for new baffle boxes.
great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Maliga.
Can you just, I have one question. We always say, yes, go apply for the grant. I never get to know if we get the grants. Is there a way that we can be notified when you do receive this and say, hey, we did receive this funding?
Sure, we'll do that as well as we have to bring agreements back to the commission for execution.
Okay, yeah, just, it would be, just to be mindful of, we applied for and we got it. Thank you.
Commissioner McVoy.
Quick one, any idea why copper is high?
What?
You mentioned that
Copper, nutrients, and suspended.
copper, chlorobleed and.
Yeah, that's what the DEP's picked up in their routine samplings. For some reason, there's a copper issue in Lake Worth Lagoon. So that's
Probably not
road
local.
runoff. No, most likely from road runoff. That's what we're dealing with here, with water that ultimately gets into the intracoastal, that's flushing off the pavement and has heavy metals in it, could be some lead, et cetera.
Lead, that would have, copper surprised me, but okay, cool.
People drop pennies.
we go.
Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Approve.
Thank you by Commissioner Robinson, second by Commissioner McVoy. All in favor?
All right.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Shields.
Thank you.
Moving right along. Ordinance number 2021-15, amending the procurement code. Oh, and there's an ordinance. Would you like to read it by title?
Thank you. Thank you.
Or I could, I don't
Thank
know.
you for doing one before, I appreciate it.
Sure, it felt like old times.
Ordinance number 2021-15 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances, chapter 2, administration, article 14, purchasing, section 2-117, assistance to local businesses and small businesses by expanding the use of local and small business preferences, adding a veteran business enterprise preference, and adding a green initiatives preference, and adding clarification on the authorized preference and order of precedence of the preferences. That's a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Providing for severability to repeal the laws of conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation by staff?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Valentina Sestera, Assistant Finance Director. So Commissioner Malay recently asked about whether the local and small business preference can be amended. And the city staff and the city attorney determined that city could expand the local and small business preference to include other solicitations, requests for proposals, and requests for qualifications, and add a veteran business enterprise preference. In addition to that, you also anonymously requested green initiative preference to be added to recognize and award solicitations for environmentally conscious vendors. So here I prepared a small presentations just to kind of briefly. Okay, so ordinance 2021-15 proposed changes are to expand the local business and small business preference to be used in request for proposals and request for qualifications, add veteran business preference, add the green initiatives preference, and clarify that except for the green initiatives, only one preference can be identified in response to solicitation, and clarify the order of preference in an IFB for the award as number 1, veteran business enterprise preference, number 2, local business preference, and 3, small business preference.
So you can only be a veteran or a small business. Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
Okay, so expand a local business preference, which means that currently we have a local business preference that provide a preference only for the invitation for bids and provides a 5% or up to $15,000. So this will now preference be expanded to the request for proposals and request for qualifications by assigning 5% of the total evaluation points or 5 out of 100 assigned evaluation points to a local business if that local business is determined to be the responsible and responsibility. Go to the next slide. No, back. Okay, so now expand small business preference. So preference is expanding to, again, request for request for proposals, and request for qualifications by assigning 5% of the total evaluation points or 5 out of 100 assigned evaluation points to small business if that small business is determined to be a responsible and responsive bidder. So it's the same as a local business preference.
Oh, okay,
just for the
small business, right? And small business is defined in here, correct?
Yes, the small business is defined in our code already, so
Okay.
we are just extending. the-
Perfect. Next. Whoop.
Round 4.
I am now-
And one more.
One more.
One more.
Yep.
There you go.
And the next is to add veteran business enterprise preference. So this it takes all of the preferences, so we're going to give it to all invitations for bids, requests for proposals, and requests for qualifications to responsive veteran business enterprise. So for invitation for bid, we're expanding it to 5% or up to $15,000. And then for the request for proposals and request for qualifications, again, 5% of the total evaluation points or 5 out of 100 assigned evaluation points. Veteran business, it is the way we defined it is that any veteran business that is any veteran business that is actually defined by the Florida state or any county or any municipality, the city will automatically accept their jurisdiction.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
One
I
more?
think there's another slide or
There
two.
is.
Oh, the green, right. Here we go.
And now we have the green initiatives preference, where preference is going to be given on all invitation for bids, requests for proposals, and the request for qualifications to responsive businesses that utilize green initiatives as defined in solicitation documents. So we can also put it for the invitations for bid, 5% or up to $15,000, or request for proposals and request for qualifications, 5% of the total evaluation points or 5 out of 100 assigned evaluation points. And are there any?
Keep going, Valentina. They'll figure it out.
And I just wanted to add this slide to kind of clarify what are those green initiatives and how we can do that. We can develop them in a qualification criteria, in selection criteria, or in specifications that we're going to put to our solicitations. And we're going to encourage green initiatives which reduce energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, utilize renewable energy sources, increase recycling,
That one.
There you go.
opportunities, and minimize waste. And of course, to avoid the use of highly toxic chemicals, which in turn improve the quality of the life within a city and strengthen the city's economy.
That's it?
Uh,
We don't know.
More.
Okay,
Two more.
it's very suspenseful. You're adding drama.
I just wanted to clarify how we can apply that in order of preference and clarification. This is part of the ordinance that we're going to clarify that except of the green initiatives preference, only one preference can be identified in response to a solicitation. So the bidder cannot claim two preferences. They have to choose one to put in the solicitation. And then to clarify the order of preferences in an IFB, for the best award determination. And number one is going to be the veteran business enterprise preference, followed by the local business preference and then small business.
Does veterans include National Guard?
I have to, well, I think it does actually, but I will verify that.
Okay, any other questions?
And so just so I understand, you could be a veteran business, and you could also apply for the green initiatives. Those two are compatible, or any of the others.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Okay.
you can combine. So depending on solicitation, a green preference is not a scope of work, or we can work on a lot of green initiatives, just including in specifications.
Great, thank you. Do I have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Motion to approve.
No, there isn't, Madam Mayor.
Okay, motion to approve by Commissioner Robinson, second by Commissioner McVoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Passes
much.
5-0. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Okay, next up is,
Love our staff.
I know, I do, I love it. The
Amazing.
more I meet them, the more I love them. Okay, the next one up is an agreement with JP Morgan Chase Bank for citywide banking services. And I think, does anybody have a little presentation? Oh, we do.
Slide.
Okay. Questions, that's very telling, yeah.
There we go. Record under McGadden Controller. We've, earlier this year, we had an RFP where we went out and chose a new banking partner to work with the city. We're currently banking with Bank of America. During that process, there were 5 banks that made proposals to the city. It was TD Bank, PNC, Wells, JP Morgan, and Bank United. We ultimately chose JP Morgan. The panel was made up of our finance director, Yannick, our assistant finance director, myself, and our interim city manager. Couple of key points in going with JP Morgan and some of the things that we're going to be doing going forward. We're going to be meeting with them now that the contract has been executed. We'll be meeting with them on Thursday to start mapping out the implementation. Switching banking is going to be a huge undertaking.
Big job.
So we're going to be mapping out the implementation plan with them. The 3 primary points that we want to make sure we cover with them, and that's establishing our cash accounts. There are some benefits that we're having with this bank by having our cash balances with them. Second key item is establishing our disbursement process as a number 2 process. Disbursement is just how we pay our bills. We want to make sure we have that process in place so that, you know, everybody continues to get paid. And then the final thing is establishing the depository process. Is how we receive our funds now. And that's the order that we'll go in: cash, disbursements, and deposits. A couple of the key benefits of switching to JP Morgan: we're going to have a more streamlined reconciliation process, which is in line with what we talked about earlier this evening.
Right.
And improving our back office processes. Switching banks is going to help us in that process. We have a cost savings with JP Morgan.
I didn't hear the word.
Cost savings.
Oh, thank you. Oh, good.
Yes, yes. We don't have huge fees with Bank of America, but we do get charged $2,500 monthly. For the next 18 months, fees are going to be waived with JP Morgan. And then after that, we have what's called an earnings credit. So based on the balances that we keep in our account, we get a credit for that will offset future fees. Based on the balances that we keep, we won't have any fees, which is good for us.
That's good, yeah.
We also have an interest-bearing operating account, which means any cash that we just have parked, not using.
Wow.
We'll generate interest on that.
And we didn't have that before.
No.
Okay.
No. We will have what's called a zero balance account with JP Morgan. What that does, that improves our risk management. So when we make payments to vendors, we can make that payment from an account that gets depleted as payments are executed by the recipient. So that minimizes the opportunity that someone can modify a check and steal funds from us.
Oh.
Don't know if that's happened here. It has happened here, but it's happened in other communities, and it's a hassle. One of the biggest reasons that we wanted to make a change is we'll have better responsiveness by having a local dedicated representative assigned to us, and again, the cost savings down a little bit too. So we are making the change, and we're excited about it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
I just think it's great that we're having banks compete for business. They rule, and when there's competition, there's benefits. Fantastic. Thank you, Finance Department.
Yep.
My question is, was their community involvement any part of the consideration in terms of reinvesting in affordable housing?
There's something out of left field.
They have benefit programs.
Just out of a general information, there's what's called CRA, Community Reinvestment.
Yes.
That each bank by law has to provide a CRA to the federal agencies relative to their activities. So essentially, that's what we relied upon.
The bank has to have a community.
Yeah, it's
Reinvestment.
reinvestment, yeah. So,
Serious money.
yes, so that's all of these banks do have a CRA program. So, but there wasn't any additive requirement on top of that.
Okay. Well, maybe we can encourage them.
It was encouraged. Nothing was encouraged.
So I'm a little curious, would this mean like being easier on, like if we wanted to finance affordable housing? What is the benefit of this CRA?
It's been a long time since I worked in the banking industry.
Okay.
But essentially, it's a program to encourage community, much like our CRA program, right?
So they would invest in our town, in our city?
It encourages lending.
Oh, okay.
To facilitate.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good question.
It's a direct lending.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Maliga.
Just to go back to what Commissioner Atkinson just said, Chase did commit $400 million this year to closing the housing gap in Latino and African-American communities. I did read that like a week ago. So I'm glad to see that we're partnering with Chase. My next question is, have we looked into the rewards card for the cashback rewards for the purchasings that we do?
Yeah, that's actually, I didn't go into that, but yes, that is another one of the benefits that we have with Chase. We have a rewards program with our purchasing.
With cashback?
It's is it really cashback? It's more of a credit, thank you.
Right.
For all the purchases that we make. And one thing that we're discussing internally is increasing our use of the card so we can maximize the cashback, the credit.
And then I'm assuming that with the parking that we have, where we have one of the parking he's taking us at Bank of America, we are no longer going to be losing money in that parking revenue any longer by going with Chase, right?
That was one of the driving forces
Right.
To go out to bid, was the credit card fees, et cetera. And so that will be front and center. And as Andre noted, our P card program that we have today is really not a P card program, it's really a credit card. And it's what we use today, wire transfers and checks are generations old.
Yeah, antiquated.
You know, there's something that was called an ACH, which is the antiquated now also because now you have a P card. So we are.
The P card means purchasing card?
Purchasing card.
Just, I think we should
Problem with
cut down on the acronyms.
P cards, there are definitely pros and there are also cons. The cons, you have more risk associated with those. So with everything else going on, we wanted to get the foundation built first. And then as we move forward with the implementation, Andre mentioned that, you know, we were looking at the disbursement side. We'll probably go with the ACH piece first, get our feet wet with that. And then again, get that level of risk assessment completed. And then the step 2 will be the PPAP programs.
Awesome, thank you.
So we'll have a local representative here at the Chase branch.
One of our issues is that we have a direct touch, not just for the city, but for the community with the bank. So that.
What does that mean?
We can reach out and touch somebody directly versus going through the funnel and
Okay, so it's not necessarily this branch, but somebody has our name on there. Both, okay. Okay, great,
they were very committed to customer service.
great. Commissioner Stokes.
Yes, back with the parking.
I think we all had a conversation with the internal
I know,
auditor.
are we able to track the, from our vendor, are we able to track the incoming deposits and get that records now? Too, because it wasn't, just for better record keeping. Have they agreed to that yet?
Well, it's two parts. I'm remembering the internal audit completely. There's one piece where we wanted to track the activity from the vendor perspective.
Mhm.
There's another where we wanted to track the activity from the banking perspective. We absolutely can track activity from the vendor perspective. We can see the history of everything that happens, and Lauren sneaking up behind me.
Yeah, I know, I seen that.
From the banking side, with Bank of America was difficult to try to zero down into a report that would give us parking specific activity.
Mhm.
That is part of the conversation that we're going to have with JP Morgan as we start the implementation process. So we can lay out specific reports that we want to see outside of just deposits and disbursements.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
By Commissioner Malega, second by Commissioner Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Who's here for support?
Five.
He brought us the big guns. Lauren showed up. Let's just
5-0. Yeah, but it's good to know we're all getting the same information.
That's it.
All right, this is great. Our next discussion is item E, which is the discussion of vacant property ordinances. This was put on the agenda. What? Oh, thank you. Go home now. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Okay, so this is the ordinance, and there's been a lot of public input about this. It was placed on the agenda. I wish there would have been a bit of a caveat that said this ordinance is really just a draft ordinance that really isn't a proposal. It got a lot of Facebook time with a lot of, I think good feedback. So do we want to have the city attorney? Well, we don't have an ordinance number. Is this just for discussion?
Right.
This is just for discussion. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I'm the one who asked for this item to be put on the agenda.
Yeah.
And it was because there was a mock-up in 2018 that was heavy-handed. That, in my opinion, was very heavy-handed. And when I had discussions with Mr. Brown in regards to the dumping that continuously happens in empty lots. And I had discussions with our city manager and with Mr. Waters. There's a frustration of me picking the phone and saying, I have 200 yards of trash in this vacant lot again. And my poor owner of this lot is now being fined by code. So she's calling code going, why are you fining me? That's not my garbage. So then it's getting together the neighborhood to clean up these lots. So the affected owner isn't affected with fines. So I really asked for this ordinance to come forward so we could tear it apart, get rid of some of the things that I consider heavy-handed, you consider heavy-handed, and see if we can come to a happy medium that helps protect the owners from the fines that they incur because people just randomly drive by and dump on their lots. Also improves the appearance of the neighborhoods and can contribute to our city staff not chasing their tail all month long, cleaning up empty lots that continuously be dumped on. I had one last week, which literally, I should have taken a picture. There was a big sign that said no dumping and the entire sidewalk was filled. And I know there was a lot of, like you said, things on Facebook and social media, which is why I didn't respond. And we brought this forward because there was already, he said, William said, well, there's already one created. We'll just bring that forward and we'll tweak it.
Start right.
As a just discussion starting point, like, what do we think? How can we improve the appearance of the city, help the owners not be fined and really clean up these empty lots that are overgrown, 4-foot tall grass, kids cutting through, dumping. It's just, it's problematic and we can't ignore it.
Okay. And I know that
I apologize for the rhetoric on social media.
been a busy week for the mayor. Mr. Drake is here and he's been here a really long time and I would like to have his input before we do start our conversations. Mr. Drake, would you like to come up and address us? Tell us what we're doing wrong.
Am I on the 3-minute menu?
You're on the 3-minute menu.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's 2 minutes for items, it's only 3 minutes for public participation.
Okay, Mr. Drake, here's the bad news. You've got 2 minutes, not 3.
Okay, I would, first, all right. I
Well,
want to thank the mayor, and I want to thank the city clerk.
Mhm.
I've been investigating this for 3 months. They couldn't have been more cooperative. Often, the people get very defensive and upset. They think you're accusing them of murder or something. Thank you, thank you.
More than welcome. And for the clerk, I'll say that as well.
This document is an agreement with a company in Melbourne. I don't think the residents of Lake Worth want Lake Worth business farmed out. They say it's not an agent. It sure looks like an agent to me. They have stationery for the city. They can start finding people, do all kinds of stuff. Is my 2 minutes up yet?
Not, the clerk will tell you.
Well, I'll be on the case. I will be looking at job descriptions. You'll be amazed at the discovery work I will do. And then at a point, and it won't be to sue the city, because the way to handle this is to fill this room with property owners. And I can do that.
You're talking about the registration of the lots, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But that's just a part of it. This has been going on for 11 years. I think without supervision. You know, there's already 2 ordinances, and this is to, I think they call it formalize the present ordinances. That means they've already got it. It's there. They just want to make it a little worse. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. And it's been a pleasure dealing with you again after all these years.
Nothing personal, William.
So, thank you, Mr. Drake. And what I think Mr. Drake is talking about the registration, which is an issue that I feel kind of strongly about. It's sort of a hidden rule for property owners to register their properties, but that's kind of off the topic of what we're talking about tonight, because that goes along with
Vacant properties or?
vacant, yeah.
Okay.
There, which kind of goes along with if in my spare time, I want to come up with a booklet that now that you, 2 things, now that you bought property in Lake Worth, here's what you need to know. And number 2, when you get a rental license, this is what you need to know to be a landlord.
A good landlord.
A good landlord. Well, no, this is what, to be a landlord, not just to be a good landlord, to be a landlord. And I'm going to ask the city attorney, I mentioned it, I think, to Christie about, can we do that? Because what I'm thinking of is when you buy, let's say rental, that's a little off topic, but rental license, when you apply for that, that there be a course that you have to take, like we take, and hit the answer and it goes that, or it can be in paper that, if your property is vacant, you've got to register, here's where you're in, just basic things.
Roadmap to Kim Lakes.
A roadmap. And I think that would be helpful to the property owners and to staff as well, because then you can't say, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Because in my past life, before I had to stop taking these cases, it happened a few times where the people had not registered their properties, didn't know that because they stopped renting it, they gave it to their kid. And she went to sell it, and it was a $50,000 fine because she had to spend $25 to register that she had no longer rented it. So I think that's a little draconian, but that's also a separate topic. So in terms of lots, since you brought this up, Commissioner Maliga, what's your thought?
Well, my thought is just how do we help the landowners who might not live here, who might not be present, to know that somebody was emptying out a house a block away and decided to dump all their garbage in the person's open lot. And the reason they're allowed to do that is because they have access to it. It's not secured, it's not boarded. There's also no point of reference if there is dumping. How do we know how to get in touch with the owner?
Well, that's an excellent point, which I look at, one of the most positive things in this proposed ordinance is property management. It's,
To be, yes, to be listed.
What?
The property, to have a sign of who the property manager is
right,
on
and
the
within
property.
44 hours, somebody's there.
Yes,
I think for rental and for these empty lots, it's the same thing. We've got to have somebody, you can't say, oh, the owner was in Chicago and.
right.
No,
you
that
have to
doesn't
somebody
work.
local. And some of the things that I would like to incorporate are adding shade trees to some of these properties. Taking away the irrigation system, I'm like, that's heavy handed. Who's gonna do
And
this? It's
sod,
just a vacant land.
which is my biggest argument.
So that is out,
So-
artificial turf is out.
So sod, artificial turf, to me, as long as they're groomed.
Mhm.
And there's no dumping and they're vacant registered and they're fenced or secured. To where we don't have this blight. And again, one of our local women, who's a great community member, had a lot, had an issue, got a fine. And we got together a community and we cleaned up the lot so she could get rid of the fine because it wasn't her garbage.
But if she was a local person, she should know that it had been. Okay.
It was on the other side of town. So again, but it also happens it literally can happen overnight. I literally sometimes drive through the neighborhood. and I'm like, Where'd that come from?
Listen, I've been here for 40 years.
Fiction.
And let me tell you something, it is a lot better than it used to be. It used to be a joke. I put my couch out on the street, it was gone in 15 minutes. A few years later, I saw the people that had taken that couch, they put it out on the street. So it had 3 lives, which, it really is, it's really a lot better than it was.
No, and I agree. And I just think that, the sod's gotta go. This again is my opinion. Irrigation's gotta go.
Keep
What'd you
it
say,
low.
artificial turf?
Yeah.
Keeping it manicured, the signage of who to contact if there is an issue. The lighting, I'm like, who's gonna pay for a light pole to put in a vacant lot? And that, to me, that's a reach, right? So if it's boarded, secured, registered, and you keep it clean and nobody can access it. And also a lot of the kids use it as a cut through,
Mhm.
to get through especially around the schools.
What are your feelings about?
And by the way, we are one of the biggest offenders.
We
by the
are.
way.
Don't-
So this is kind of an oxymoron that I'm bringing this up because it's gonna cost us time and money to get our lots right, because we have to set the example,
Yes, chain link fence, what are your feelings on chain link fences? We can't, I mean, there's an ordinance that says you can't have a chain
No.
link fence in the front of your property.
No, there is, the fencing says you have to have, what is it, coating?
Vinyl coated.
Vinyl.
I don't think on in a red,
Oh, come on.
It's not gonna have my-
Education, go there. Can't move both, but what is on your discussion item, what is not underlined is already in the code.
What is not underlined?
What is underlined are items that were put out as general topics of possible items that were thrown out as ideas 3 years ago, as Commissioner Malega mentioned, as ways to deal with those vacant, unimproved and improved properties. The chain link fence issue was going to be part of our discussion, as well as artificial turf, is that we don't allow chain link fences in the front setback area of most properties in the city. So if you are open to, say, moving forward with this, we would have to make an amendment, and it wouldn't be difficult to do, to allow vinyl coated chain link fences on the unimproved vacant lots. That would be basically administrative exception to that land development regulation, if you so desire.
why would we do that?
Well, I'm just putting it out there.
No, I'm just asking.
We do have vacant lots that already have chain link fence, like on Dixie Highway and Federal. I've actually drove
Some of
by
them
them.
are pretty non.
They're old, exactly,
Yeah.
and they don't look good. I'm not. So how do we, as a team, figure out, how do we address this? Is there a privacy fence? Is there vinyl fencing?
And it's a question because if we do a privacy fence, then what's going on behind the privacy fence?
Well, if it's secured and it's a 6-foot privacy fence or a vinyl fence with a lock on
And I
it,
guess the question is, if you can't see it from a public safety standpoint, if you can't see what's, we could have a homeless camp behind, or, people doing what they do in empty lots behind a fence that we can't see. So I think that's one of the issues that, but you could, there are other types of fences that you could put up. My only reaction is, I could not put up a chain link fence.
No, I agree.
So why make it, so, I see there might be a point to make it an exception.
because it's see-through and you can.
Because it is see-through and nobody's living there. So that actually makes a bit of sense.
But I suspect that I would certainly be opposed to being inconsistent. If we're gonna tell property owners who live there that you can't put up a chain link fence, it doesn't make sense to say you can if it's vacant, and adding vinyl to it just adds salt to the wounds. We don't need to put up more plastic, particularly. I would argue that, I don't know what they're called, but for lack of a better, I call them a split rail fence, is very visible. It addresses your concern about nobody's gonna feel they're doing something behind a door that you
Right.
can't get to.
What's a split rail?
I think.
Just like the one.
See it at the park.
You see it at the parking,
That's-
they look attractive, they keep you physically from.
It's a
moving
sign, don't
junk
go
in,
on there. Yep.
And it would be attractive, yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
there you
Oh,
go.
like a
Thank you.
horse corral.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
She's very good.
It's like-
You were talking,
It's a
so she had
three-word
plenty of
Google
time.
search. And then you click it.
It's only because I love you.
You get points for that one.
Thank you. You know I love you.
But
You gotta do it once in a while.
Yeah, no, that was good. Geez, dang.
you just derailed this whole train of
Right out of
thought.
my mind.
But no, I think that's an idea, right? It doesn't have to be chain link, but and it's not as expensive to put something like that up. It's not private, so you can see into it.
Right.
It's not very expensive because it's not all that.
The cost of wood is,
And you're talking about at a setback. And do you think they're going to dump it on the sidewalk, if not a foot inside the sidewalk? The setback is,
Well, that's public property then. I mean, that's when it's on the sidewalk.
well, all right, it's not going to be on the sidewalk. It's going to be next to the sidewalk. And the setback, we're talking about we're designating every empty property with a fence. I think we know the areas that always get dumped in. There's a spot on Federal, there's one on Washington.
They're all over.
Yeah, but they're all over and consistent.
And we have no dumping signs with fines and they still go right.
So rather than fencing, we could do calusa or some sort of vegetation in those holes. And
Bamboo,
I'm sorry?
bamboo.
Well, that,
Visibility.
that's the visibility issue again.
It's a dumping issue and it's a visibility issue. I just, the more fencing we put up, I just don't want to see our city, and we have a lot of vacant property with any designation that it's your standard vacant lot.
So what do you think?
We have two issues. I want to incentivize not having empty lots.
Me too.
Right.
So I don't know, that's a separate discussion. The other discussion is the concern for the areas that are getting dumped in all the time. And if we could get a camera on an adjacent property and incentivize the owner to focus the camera on the continual dumping spot.
But
Maybe
then that's not gonna stop the people from dumping and then we.
Well, it will,
And then we
if the camera picks up who's dumping it and we.
Hard to do.
know,
I mean,
well,
Yeah, there's illegal.
no, it's public.
I mean, Belglade just did that with an adjacent property owner who agreed with the sheriff that they could put the camera there, but you gotta catch the person. You gotta get a license plate. You're right, it's not the end all be all.
I know people have,
I mean, it's a good deterrent. I'm not saying it
It's
doesn't.
not, it's not.
Have you
TV.
seen this
It's not like
guy?
TV, right?
Right.
It's like, they've got all this great
yeah,
technology.
I mean, it's,
So
Stop watching it.
I'd rather do something in terms of stopping the situation rather than addressing it with a fence.
how would you do that?
I just mentioned a camera and I just mentioned vegetation.
Yeah.
Let's see, a third one.
I like the vegetation idea, but I mean, what kind of vegetation, like you said, you said no to Clusia so quickly?
Because Clusia is way overplanted, it's not a native, it goes against the whole principle, and there's way too.
Okay, a native vegetation.
I think shade trees would be nice on the border there. So my just trying to consolidate this is if I'm a property owner, I'm getting fined and getting hassled because of the dumping that's going on my property, wouldn't I want to put up my own fence if I thought that was gonna solve the problem? You know, it's. so
They don't
that's-
care, they're land.
They don't care.
Land bank, or they're just waiting for the right ticket to come, somebody come write the right check.
But they're getting fined about it. So if they're,
I would invite you, I would invite you to 113 South Ocean Breeze, on the west side of Ocean Breeze. There's a vacant lot with a fence in front of it. And tell me if that's attractive.
Yeah, I agree, because there are some vacant lots that look fine, and I would hate to start saying we're gonna make every vacant lot to have these fences and not look great. So I like the idea of maybe some shade trees or something like that. I know we are already going after people with their unmowed grass and stuff. I wish we could
Well,
incentivize.
really not. I mean, literally, sometimes it takes 9 phone calls. Because they have to, correct me if I'm wrong, make a phone call, send a letter, 18 steps to this vacant lot owner, and then guess what? They ignore it, so then the city ends up mowing it, and now the city has to put a lien against the property that if it ever gets sold, we might get paid for mowing the lawn. Just so you know, Ramsey McLeod push mowed 7 empty lots for 3 years in Royal Poinciana, because the owners wouldn't take care of them, and they were such a safety hazard.
So
for the
can we
kids.
replace that lawn that has to be mowed constantly with some
Ground
ground cover that, boom, it's done. It kind of is maintenance free.
Native ground
Native
cover.
ground cover and.
So also they need to be registered, which I don't think a lot of the vacant lot owners register.
They don't know. How do they know that?
Can we accept the fact that there are certain lots that get dumped all the time, and there are empty lots, vacant lots that aren't the problem?
Right.
That were acknowledged that
My
there.
question too is, what are we doing about all the historical parking on Federal? We heard a lot about historical parking over there. There's a lot of empty lots that are used as parking lots. So are we gonna shut that whole operation down?
No, we're talking about vacant residential lots.
And we're talking about I just want to focus on the dumping part of it.
Correct, which is why we're having this conversation, because it's a horrible hamster wheel.
And so we know where they are. I mean, seriously, they're consistent. You know, Federal Highway has one at
Oh, there's 3 in Tropical Ridge I can take you to. There's probably 7 in
So-
District 1.
Can we start with just addressing with some sort of protection? And I'm going to say vegetation, native vegetation, preferably shade trees, in the hole that, you know, when they do pick it up, there's a hole there. I mean, you know, the claw truck literally has invited dumping in these holes. So can we just start with even giving the vegetation to the owner? You know, I mean.
Giving it to them?
I'm sorry?
Buying it for them?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know.
It's up to them to improve.
Yeah, I don't know why
This
we-
is their property. They own it.
I think I don't want to make a big deal out of doing something good, but it would pay for itself in terms of not picking up. The Public Works would appreciate somebody planting in these spots that they continually have to pick up.
I don't know the ground cover. I mean, from one aspect, the ground cover will make the empty lots look better and keep erosion, you know, all that stuff. I don't know that it would necessarily deter somebody dumping. If somebody's enough of a jerk to dump, they're gonna dump on whatever's there.
Is it the
It's kinda
trees
like-
though? Like, it's.
Although here, when you talk about shade, and I am like the queen of shade trees to see my house, but
And
if we start planning, really, if we start planting shade trees on empty lots, and then we're gonna have a thing when somebody wants to come and develop the lot, you're gonna take out that beautiful tree? I mean, that's kind of a.
I wondered about that.
Yeah.
too. I'm very much in favor of shade trees, and I think, you know, the stems the trunks, I guess, will help somewhat in being a barrier to dumping, but I don't think they're gonna be that much of a barrier, and you can, yeah, I see some nod from somebody practical over there. You can't put them, you know, no tree guy's gonna tell you to put them every foot, and that's not a good idea, so that's where I think something
Plus-
like a fence comes back.
A hedge.
Plus a
What about a
shade-
hedge?
We're just, hey, shade trees make it very shady. I know a client of mine had to cut all his shade trees down because it was a gathering place for people to stay under, it makes it more,
Yeah.
and South Eighth Street. That they.
Depends certainly
Ficus
how
Street.
they're trimmed. You want to keep the trunks, open.
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen. These are
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, right, so,
And let's hear from Juan, because he's got some practical observation.
he does. Let's,
Madam Mayor, if I may.
let's hear from Juan.
Well, just looking at this historically, it's not a new issue. Several commissions have taken a swing at this conversation. As I hear in the conversation, and it's always good, healthy conversation, part of me goes, well, these are all good and dandy, but also downstream, it creates another code compliance issue that we'll hear about. Why is, and the idea behind compliance is to get compliance in one way or another. But Commissioner Robinson hit literally the nail on the head, which isn't being talked about. And the real true spirit of why this was talked about 3 years ago was as you were combating a housing crisis, okay, and a limited number of housing stock, the spirit was to motivate property owners to do something with the immense amount of vacant property. Now that conversation gets really weird with property rights and yada, yada, yada. But you could create the most sound, and I don't think it exists, is really the point, is it trees, is it split rail, is it chain link fence? And as you listen to the conversation, there's no one perfect solution. But I think long range, thinking long term is what can we do as a city to motivate those that have been sitting on vacant lot for generations? Okay, the dumping and the very specific problem addresses, I can get with staff and we can maybe get creative and look at trying to utilize some tools that are there. I don't know, chronic nuisance can apply, if there's repeated calls of properties or whatnot. So we have some tools at our disposal. I think as we talked about this before, some of these things are already on the books. But again, the spirit of why it came out before was really about stimulating encouragement to make it uncomfortable to just sit on property.
Correct.
Okay, at the end of the day. And that's a really big conversation to have and has a whole lot of, that's really opening Pandora's box in many ways. But housing and the availability of housing is becoming more and more and more scarce. There are opportunities in this city amongst our 7 geographical miles because we're landlocked. So this conversation to us and what happens with our vacant lots means a little bit more than say our neighbors who go out to 441. Okay, so, it's a good spirited conversation, but I want to be practical, but there is no practical answer. There's no one perfect solution at this. But really, I just want to bring attention to Commissioner Robinson's point, and that can be talked about later.
Do you say we just buy all the vacant lands and build affordable houses on them? I'm being serious.
We want to incentivize it, yes. And so we've, CRA incentivizes plenty. I think the city outside the CRA area could incentivize by saying that, if you build within a year, any permit fees will be waived. If not, I would also like to encourage us to continue the fees for vacant lots and almost increase them. We want to disincentivize holding land banking and incentivize building on empty lots. So I hope we can figure that out. But
And William, correct me if I'm wrong, I can't recall a time when any commission has sat and really looked at vacant properties, the amount of vacant properties, improved or unimproved, and said as part of an overall housing approach toward dealing with housing crisis, how can we create and use that as a piece of an overall program to help incentivize folks and maybe stimulate some conversations where the city could partner CRA or combination or private development that could occur within our 7 square miles. I can't recall that really being talked about in a large way. It's always been from a code compliance dumping perspective, but at the end of the day, when you really look at the geographical area of what we got to work with, you can go up or you can build where there's nothing built.
Right, and depending on the
That's
size of
what
the
we're
lot.
confronted with.
Commissioner Stokes.
Well, good, the only one I respond to what Wanda said.
There have been some discussions, not locally with the commission, city commission, but we did put together, and I was working with, and actually one was at the meeting, as well as, Michael Bourne, the former city manager, with the county trying to put together a Lake Worth affordable housing program to target trying to get workforce housing built on South Federal Highway. When you factored in the investment some of the people had made on the land, what the market would bear in terms of either for sale price for a condominium, for sale price for a townhome, or the rental rate, the number of units that were allowed by right, or the number of units allowed through our incentive programs, they could not make things work financially without some incentive. So we did bring forward a potential change in the future land use map to allow additional density on South Federal Highway. It shut down. That's fine. We got very close to one of the major landholders doing a project on Federal Highway and First Avenue South. They've even got a tentative site plan. And they ran their numbers. I worked with them to try to reduce the cost of the architect as much as possible. They could not make it work. And one of the problems was what they spent on the property back in 2004, 5, and 6.
They bought it at the highest.
They can't get a return.
Right.
And they would like to get at least break even. And I'm like, you can't break even on apartments if you spent $65,000 or $70,000 per potential door.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. And then you factor in the construction costs, it's a no-win solution.
And that was a gas station. That was Don Mealy's gas station. I'm wondering if there's a brownfield issue under that dirt. I don't know.
Thank you for talking about that. I did not know that.
The whole city's a
That's why you
brownfield.
get hanging around long
The whole
enough.
city's been. like,
Designated a
available,
brownfield.
but it's nice to know that if there's a potential one.
Yeah, that was Don Mealy's. And that man sold that lot and the lot across the street that's an empty lot at the exact correct moment. It was,
From his perspective.
Yeah.
well, yeah, from his perspective.
So as a reference, there's about 250 vacant unimproved parcels that are not owned by the city.
That are not owned by this, that many.
How many?
Do we have a list?
By the city.
I was just gonna ask.
Some of the parcels are really itty bitty because they might have like a lift station on them. The last time I saw the list is probably 100 parcels of property the city owns that do not have a building on them, but some of them are not buildable. Some of them are very, really tiny. They're just a little.
Let's say
sliver of
60.
property. I would think that buildable lots that we have combined with the ones the CRA owns, maybe 40, 45 at the most.
So can I ask you on those ones that we own that are just a sliver, what is our maintenance schedule on those?
I would have to defer to public service.
It's not prioritized. At the end of the day, it's not prioritized because we're focused on everything that's curb appeal. You know, but William, isn't it fair to say that during COVID, when we had the code compassionate code administrative order, that some of these vacant lots and maybe, you know, it exasperated the issue with, because our code compliance officer's attention was dealt more with right-of-way life safety issues.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a feeling, and not to be dismissive of it, because it happened before the pandemic. But again, I think the focus of the commission listening is there's some very routine, because we visited some of those spots. I understand, you know, in District 1 and in our neighborhoods, some are worse than others. Some areas of the city don't see it as much. So I think we can work together with staff, but also not lose sight of the bigger conversation, which is what I was trying to, you know, bring up, which William is helping clarify. And then we just kind of take this in bite-sized pieces. Code compliance has language on the books that helps encourage through that mechanism. But I think, again, it's a bigger conversation, I think, to solve something 5-10 year kind of conversation.
Well, in
These
addition,
conversations
and
a
I
lot
think
too.
Mayor Resch is familiar with this, we do have a chronic nuisance declaration that can be imposed on a property that's been in the code compliance process and not getting resolved. This is outside of the calls of service to PBSO or the need for remedial services like lot clearing, board ups, or demolitions, but it can be declared, and then through that process, the magistrate can put in an order, Mr. and Ms. Property owner, you must do these things to ensure this property doesn't continue to be a problem. If they don't implement that, then the city can do that for them on their behalf and then assess the property very similar to the lot clearings and board ups. it does put a cost burden on some of these properties. But at the end of the day, because we are, per our comp plan, a community of neighborhoods, the property owners themselves have to take some personal responsibility that dumping happens on their property.
Yeah, I completely
And
agree.
so we can work together to come up with some kind of solution and maybe help incentivize being put in place. But at the end of the day, the chronic nuisance program could force them to spend some money on doing something that secure their property so it doesn't become a dumping hazard.
But does that include PBSO? Nuisance abatement does.
Okay, we've got
Two different.
nuisance abatement is
chronic
drugs,
Right.
gang-related activity,
Okay.
and prostitution. Chronic nuisance can be triggered by calls of service, like 3 calls of service within 30 days or 7 within 3 months, I believe it is. Or the other component of chronic nuisance is that you've had a code compliance problem for a long time and haven't done anything. We're going to elevate your code compliance declaration. And it goes to the magistrate, and we can put in an order that basically says, you're going to do this by X date to remove your problem, or the city can come do it for you. And we have not done much with that because when we got it really fine tuned under Pamela Ryan being with us, former city attorney, then COVID hit. And we have lost a number of code compliance officers, so we have a deficit there as well. And so we're trying to catch up.
I have,
Commissioner Stokes.
just, I think I agree, we have big conversations. It would be nice if there were, maybe like a couple of little things that we could accomplish or consider as I'm not interested right now trying to figure out how to turn this into a whole affordable housing program right now, right? But when somebody has lawns that and they're getting cited over and over again for overgrown grass, is there a way that we can say, hey, you've gotten like X amount of fees, if you are willing to replace it with ground cover, we'll like waive your fees, or some way to because it does seem crazy when I think about having to decide all the pros and cons of doing this. Every single lot in the city will obey by all of these specific rules instead of ones that some properties need and some don't.
There's a mechanism to that chronic nuisance declaration that we could get at a plan like you mentioned. And we do take into account what someone spends to bring their property into compliance. So if someone spent some thousands of dollars to put in ground cover and proactively work with the city, we can negotiate reducing their fines, taking off the top what that person invested to compile the property. I will say ground cover doesn't do ground cover on its own. It needs to be watered. We're still trying to come up with a performance-based order whereby if you choose this kind of ground cover at this certain size, they need to be planted so many on center, and within 6 months to a year, you'll have ground cover. But it all requires water, which is also the problem, is that many of our vacant lots are just weeds, and you go and mow them and it ends up becoming a dust storm and all kinds of crap starts flying all over everybody's property. And so it's not easy to handle the vacant, unimproved properties. The vacant building ones is a little different. Those aren't as bad, but the vacant, just unattended lots, we have a lot of them.
Okay, and then I have 2 other things. So the registration. So currently now, if there is is it easy to contact the owners and work with them and they know what's going on, or is that something that we're trying to solve with this
Well, we
registration?
did a data run and it was not overly successful. We did get notices out to a whole bunch of people that we have this program, you're supposed to be registered. I'm not going to blame our software system or GIS, but it's difficult to differentiate based on property tax records. We have a lot of properties that are vacant by definition, but they're used and they don't have a unity of title. I don't want to throw one person under the bus, but there is a property that is an active business, but their parking lot and physical configuration, I think, involves 9 lots. Well, if you look at everything in a vacuum, there are 8 vacant parcels and there's 1 being used for this business. So they got letters to register the properties. Oh, no, it's all part of, this part's part of the parking lot, this part's something else. Please do unity of title, because according to our recognition, there's 8 vacant lots here, vacant unimproved lots. There's no business license to allow parking on 2 of them, even though that is the parking lot for your business. So that led to a lot of discussions with the city when people got these notices to register property. Oh, I have this going on. Vice versa, we have properties where the meter is located on a vacant parcel, but the actual active business is in a building on a different parcel that really should be the active parcel, but it's not. We're trying to resolve all this, but there's just hundreds of anomalies in the city. And I didn't realize it was as bad as it was until we got these notices sent out. We are working with ProChamps to improve the registration process. There have been several meetings. We gone to Robinson, and she would have been here, but she'll take her child home. To have a link on the city's website that takes you directly to being able to register your property. It is not easy to register your vacant, unimproved or improved property with ProChamps. And we finally said, we challenged them, go do it yourself. And there was a lunch last week and it's not easy. I'm like, precisely, we've been telling you that for years. It's
Horrible. It took me, I tried for a client once and it was like, you couldn't get there.
And so they are on an improvement plan and they've agreed to improve their website and agreed to work with us to have this link where you go to our city website and push a little button, fill out the information, and it works. That will hopefully happen.
Thank you.
Soon. If it doesn't, I will put out there as part of FY23 that we will bring the whole process in-house, and I'll have an idea about at that time how many staff it would take and what the revenue generation would be. But I am sort of through. They have one more chance. It's this fiscal year to get it working or not.
I have a question regarding that. It used to be, didn't the rate of the vacant lot go up dramatically in the past couple of years, like from 100? Okay, so somebody that has they inherited a 25-foot lot from their grandmother, and it's a 25-foot empty lot, and it used to be $150 a year to register it. Now it goes up to $750 a year.
Well,
now
it depends on how long. It starts out, let's just use an example. It starts out at like $200 a year.
Right, it goes up.
Each year that it stays vacant, that number goes up.
Right.
That's good.
And it has a max, I think, of $750. That was put in place, I believe, 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
We did adopt an ordinance that was in-house that would actually require all properties in the city that were not homesteaded to have at least a use and occupancy registration. That was put in place by the previous commission. There were decisions made not to enforce it, so it came off again the next year. Part of that escalation value, it applies to both vacant improved properties that have buildings as well as vacant unimproved properties. It has been a bone of contention.
And I think that, I think I agree with the disincentives of, we want to encourage building and not vacant lots, but I think when people started coming to me with like, what? It seems like a 25-foot vacant lot should not be paying as much as a big piece of property or an empty. If someone buys a building and they decide that they're just not going to do anything with it, and they're a business person, it's an investment for them, and there it sits empty for whatever business plan they have. There should be, so for that $750, they're ready to check. Who cares? But the people that were coming to me were, they had little lots, and all of a sudden from 150. Number one, how do you know you're supposed to register a lot? That's a whole different question, and the answer is not good. And we need to improve that. But, I think we needed to make a differentiation. I thought that was a little heavy-handed or inadequate or unfair for some person that has a little 25 or 50-foot lot that they don't have the money to build on it. They have it. They have, and especially now with building prices.
Sell it. You can't, honestly, if you're gonna sit there and you inherited something, it was free to you.
Well, I'm just saying,
but seriously, if you've had an empty lot for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you're not contributing to our economy. You're not contributing to the growth of our city. You're land banking.
Well, I think
it's great that it goes up every year.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I think the equity of what we're actually talking about, whether it's a big building pays the same thing as a little lot. That's my point.
Oh, the discrepancy of the sizes.
Yeah. And also the notice. How do you know that? Quite a few people, there's a couple things that people have to do that's why I want to have this booklet now that you own property in Lake Worth. That's like a course that they have to say, I know that I have to register it if it becomes vacant. I know that if I stop renting a place and let my kid live in there and I stop paying for the rental license, when I go to sell that property, even though the electric was put in my kid's name, I try to sell the property and there's a $54,000 lien against my house. That I see that as a real problem. So it's kind of off topic, but I think notice and information for people.
State Put in some kind of statutory requirement that before you buy a piece of property within the state of Florida, you must contact the city or municipality within which it is and find out what has to happen.
Well, doesn't the title company, isn't that the title company's responsibility?
That's just, but see, that's just, that they, okay, but that, to find out what liens are, absolutely. But there's no way to know that if I buy a house and I rent it for 3 years, then I stop renting it because I want my friends to move into it, that I have to now give a $25 fee to the city and tell them I'm no longer renting it. And I understand, my theory is if I stop paying the rental license, that means I stop renting it, but I understand that people rent without licenses. But to not know that, and this woman came to me in tears, her son moved in, there was, they sent out a notice years ago, her son was there with a roommate, and he probably threw away the registered letter about you have to register your property. And it sat there for, he lived there for years, but when she went to sell it, it was like a $54,000
I guess they
fine.
through way more than one notice.
What?
They get by through way more than.
No, there's one notice. There's one notice. They get the registered letter, notice of violation, and there's a hearing. No. My other thing about code is, I think that when we get a notice of violation, it should be much different, physically look much different than it does. It's single spaced. Finally, they bolded it and it made a little bit, there's a hearing, but I think it should be much easier for people to read. Because when people get those notices, they freak out. And I know when I freak out about something, I don't think as clearly as I should. So that's kind of a different thing, but the notice of all that is something interesting. I would, if there was one thing that I would pull out of this ordinance, if we can do something positive, it would be to have the sign with here's the phone number, 24 hours.
But again, that goes back to finding the owners.
No. It would be, finding or finding?
Finding them.
No, that's what I'm saying is we need to have a sign that says this is owned by the Smith Corporation of Chicago, Illinois, but their local registered agent who is available 24
Then
hours.
they would also have to register it vacant, and how do we find those people to make them do this?
No,
We know that.
that's a collaboration. Like with the previous data run, we used GIS in combination with the property appraiser's office to come up with what are all the properties that are vacant, that don't have a building on them. And we can also run what are all the properties that have a building with no business license or no utility. We actually ran it with no utilities. Well, it turned out a lot of properties are being used like parking lots that don't have utilities. A lot of, so we try to cross-reference as well, business licenses. It ended up being kind of a mess. Hopefully we get a new IPR system, it'll work better. But we will be able to notice people and, as we move along, we'll probably start trying to trim down that data run on an annualized basis. Like beginning each fiscal year, we'll send a little notice like we do with business license. Hey, that your property's not registered, it's unimproved or improved and it's not listed. I want to get the listing process fixed, we're working on, and then revisit the notices to people. And that by that time frame, you might be able to pull together this requirement to have a notice. We actually talked about a similar notice be posted on properties that had code violations. So your neighbors will know, hey, there's a code case on this property, quick call the city complaining about it.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And that did, and
I don't mind that.
The hall of shame, but I don't
know. I agree with you, Madam Mayor, that that is a great thing to do. Hey, if there's a dumping, call this person. They need to come clean it up.
Right.
One request from you is I had to call Erin the other day and ask her, what is a DRO? Could we spell out what that is?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind
It's development review criteria or officer. Sorry.
that this is an excerpt from our code of ordinances. And the DRO is defined within the code of ordinances. Because you're seeing some as part of an isolation, because like I said, everything that's not underlined is already in the code.
It's not underlined.
Not underlined, is already in the code of ordinances. So the DRO has a specific definition. It's just
Okay, I wonder that myself.
So I like the fact that we do have, you have to register within 90 days of receiving this notice. That's underlined, so it's not in the code, right?
Right.
And I mean, we have to start somewhere, so I'm glad we're having this conversation. In addition, I don't know if we have the language in here. I couldn't find it in regards to the thoroughfare guidelines and the window clings for the vacant commercial properties. I didn't see that in here.
It's already in the code.
But I'm saying it's not, in this, what you sent, I didn't see it in here.
Right, because it's a section of the code does not address what you're talking about. It's in a different section of the code.
Even though it's under vacant, it's a different
You
section.
can double it up.
I think we should, just because it's addressing vacant properties.
I'd like to, I'm gonna look in the code, or if somebody can tell us where the code, because about the window screening of vacant properties, so I think that is another way that we can sort of either disincentivize people from having empty buildings, or at least if they're gonna buy a piece of property and let it sit empty on Lake Avenue or Dixie Highway, that they have to have some kind of either art in it or use it for student art
You
project.
guys did send out notices.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, no, we're kind of going around a little bit, and it's 10 to 10.
Well,
8:30.
But
I'm just, I'm curious, if you lived across the street or nearby a continual dumping spot and the city offered you a camera to focus on that continual dumping spot, would you be interested in having a camera that might possibly catch the dumpers?
But then what is the legal ramifications if we catch them? What do we do with that?
Well, again, if we work for PBSO,
give them a ticket.
they would prosecute that person. And
So-
I'm not sure what the crime is for illegal dumping. I know Captain Bear's not here, but
Well, I mean, a client of mine got, and a client, it wasn't even, you get a ticket, I'm pretty sure. A municipal ordinance.
Well, if it isn't the property owner, that'll at least, verify that it's not the property owner that's dumping. Which, opens it. But I'm saying, if you're a neighbor and you have a dumping spot, which we all know are regular dumping spots, and the city offered you a camera, would you be interested in taking it and put a sign that says the camera is?
For me, it would depend on if it's hooked up to the internet, because I don't want anybody sort of zoning in on my privacy of.
The camera's focused on the dumping
But
spot.
what it's connected to. That's just.
So they're doing it, where'd you say?
Belgrade just started it. They just signed a contract. with it.
Well, I'm interested in
And it was really
stopping the dumping.
only the Business that wanted it in, because a lot next to the business, so they approached the city about, can we put a camera here and coordinate with you? So it's
Did the
really,
city pay for it?
no,
We do that here in town where a business can partner with PBSO and put
Yeah.
surveillance cameras. But that has a whole infrastructure piece that goes with it, the monitoring.
Right.
Well, I think what Commissioner Robinson is here referring to is residential, which has a
Right.
different layer of complexity.
Mhm.
Just in dealing with the infrastructure, much less agreeing to have a camera put on your property. But
Well, I think his point is well taken, and I think his point is well taken, the fact that if I live next to a lot that was constantly dumped on, would like to have that to look at. I mean, although I have to say, there's so many times on the internet that, here's a video of the guy that just stole my bike. And it's a grainy video and you can't really tell who they are, and it's really, I mean.
And then it's proving that person was in the car. If we do get the plate,
Yeah.
I wasn't driving my car that day. But I agree with you.
To me, the one thing that would, as a tiny little step, would be to add a sign on the property, a requirement that they have a local registered agent, that they are available 24 hours a day. And that it has to be on the property so that if I live next to one of those lots, I get to call either the city or the guy and say, listen, here's a picture of, with an email address. Here's a picture of the lot as of right now. Come and fix it.
Please do something.
Yeah, and then even with an email, you can say, listen, I sent this email out on that day. And
And what about having it be mandatory within 90 days that it be registered vacant?
yeah, I mean, again, the issue of getting how people need to know, I mean, it says, after within the AV, but a lot of people don't know there's this requirement that they register. I mean, it's kind of
So if we send the notice that says that they have to put up the sign, that also should have a link to these people that you're not happy with.
yeah, I mean, there's a way to do it. But a lot of people just don't know, and that would be.
So, from a consensus standpoint.
Sure.
Why don't I get with Christie or Elizabeth from Glenn's office, take what seems to be some consensus items when it comes to the sign, the registered agent, the possibility of allowing a camera, I'll figure out how to write that up, and get something back to you that I could send you individually. You could give me feedback from that standpoint, and then we'll move it forward as an ordinance.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. If I might.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your slide.
I think what I'm hearing, and I'm looking for verification from both of you, I think, is that separating out the business ones in larger lots, that's kind of a
Developed,
different issue,
yeah.
but sticking with the residential ones. it seems like what I'm hearing is a one size fits all approach is not very wise.
Right.
That it's more, some of them, they're fine, it's not an issue, not much happens, it's okay, doesn't have runoff, it doesn't have stuff dumped on it. Other ones, as we're hearing from staff and from Commissioner Robinson, there are ones that are problem ones. So writing an ordinance that applies the same to everybody probably doesn't make a lot of sense, except for maybe certain items, like maybe the signage that says, here's the contact person, maybe that's fine for all of them.
Yeah, and making them
You
register.
picked out a few more things, but basically a broad thing that says you gotta do all this stuff for every. It doesn't sound to me like.
The problem ones are probably, we'll have to go through our compliance process once we get along the latest phase of compassionate co-compliance.
Right.
We've been giving people breaks because of the situation that we've been in. Of course, the pandemic supposedly ended today with the county, but see how that goes. And the ones that are problematic, we can look at, what is the state of the co-compliance case on that property and elevate it if necessary to a chronic case, which would get at some of the things you're mentioning. We can assess the property if you have to go pick up trash. They already have a billing, a fine process through refuse, special pickup. And if there are measures that need to be taken into consideration to prevent the dumping, we can look at those and require the owner to do that, or we will do it for them. It will definitely be on a case-by-case basis. Because we have to
It seems like-
justify, and the magistrate would have to authorize us to go do that. So that's sort of an impartial party who would look at what would be being done to remedy this problem on this property.
And that all sounds good to me. The only piece that I'm a little hesitant of is I'd be reluctant to put an incentive that the absentee owner says, well, I hear that if I don't do it, the city will come and mow it and clean it up and take care of it. You don't want a disincentive. And I know that they're gonna put a fine on, but I probably will never have to pay it. And if I do
It
it,
goes on the tax card.
okay, that's better.
That's the way it happens.
And
If
is
you don't
that-
pay it,
Yeah, so that does that seem to be an effective?
We still have people who feel like, oh, it's just easier for the city to mow my property in 3 or 4 months and get $150 bill per time and put it on the assessment of $700 maybe a year and have the city maintain my property.
If it were $150,
But the other ones
which
that-
brings up a point that I want to know, and I don't know what the timing is for those contracts for the lot clearing. I want the commission to take a serious look at those contracts and the prices of those lot clearing things, because sometimes, again, clients I've had have gotten huge bills for things that.
There's a piggyback being looked at right now with the city of West Palm Beach that has those prices worked out. We have to be much more vigilant on what is authorized by that agent to do. We have had instances, and I think that your client was a victim of this. We asked it to go mow, we get out there, they mow, not just mowed it, but cut all the trees down.
And stole all his landscaping stuff.
And I'm like, oh, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And so we've got to be, unfortunately, and there's been so many properties involved, it's putting a burden on SAD to be much more involved in what is the breadth of work being offered.
I really want to take a look at those contracts, those outside contracts. I really do, because we had a horrible experience a couple of years ago with a client.
Madam Mayor, motion to continue.
Do we have a second?
Motion to extend until 11, please.
We just did that, but you didn't
Well,
hear it.
continuing is a different thing.
Oh.
Motion to
Picky.
continue, sorry.
Motion to continue.
Motion to extend until 11.
Motion to extend until 11. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
I want to vote against
Okay.
that.
I know, me too. I want to go home. I'm sorry, do a motion to extend until 11. Do I have a second?
Second.
I guess.
You made the motion, I think. So second by Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Opposed?
Madam Mayor, I have 2 comments and I need a break.
Okay, can we read the comments first and then we'll take a break?
Certainly.
10 minutes.
Let's have the comments read.
Okay, the first comment is Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, the draft ordinance for vacant properties seems very heavy-handed for property owners and environmentalists. These existing and new requirements are not necessary for safe, clean, and green vacant property waiting to be developed in the city. This ordinance allows for artificial turf, which will look like a giant rug placed on a vacant lot. Not an attractive site. There are very good native ground covers that require no irrigation nor maintenance that should be recommended instead, such as the powder puff mimosa. Requiring light irrigation and chain link fencing seems unnecessary to prevent crime on a vacant lot unless it is to steal the required lighting, irrigation, and artificial turf. This draft ordinance seems like busy work for no reason. If a fence is really deemed necessary, then make it an attractive white picket fence, please. The second and last comment is from Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway, on behalf of the City Tree Board. City Tree Board draft recommendations to maintenance requirements ordinance do not add artificial turf as the landscaping material. Artificial turf is comprised of synthetic round rubber from shredded worn tires and synthetic blades with measurable levels of lead, chromium, arsenic, and cadmium. Artificial turf is a microheat island with temperatures 60 to 70 degrees greater than ambient air temperatures. Do not allow artificial light at night. Outdoor lighting kills moths, a keystone pollinator critical to our ecosystem. A British study, the first to look at effects of LED lights in the real world, and first to study the impact of light pollution on caterpillars, concluded there were 52% fewer moth caterpillars under LED lights when compared with nearby unlit areas. Do not allow sod. Sod includes nitrogen, fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides. The primary constituent of fertilizer is methane, a greenhouse gas. Untreated effluents from sod farms near Lake Okeechobee migrate down the C-51 canal to the Lake Worth Lagoon. Do not add irrigation. Irrigated water is wasteful. Do not allow vinyl coated chain link fences. Vinyl coating on chain link fences is actually polyvinyl chloride. A 2007 US Green Building Council report states that the risk of dioxin emissions in manufacturing PVC puts PVC consistently among the worst materials for human health impacts. A vacant lot ordinance should require planting drought-tolerant native shade trees next to sidewalks with allowance for future vehicular, that's the end of the time.
Well, it's heartwarming to know that even without knowing what those two people were going to say, we've followed their instructions. Okay, so, where are we at now?
The clerk needs a break.
Yeah, clerk needs a break. Okay, Madam Clerk, it's 10 of, if you want to come.
Continue talking about this after she comes back, or are we done?
Good.
I think what William proposed was sort of.
Come back on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be in touch.
And
Thank you very
when
much.
we come back with that, I need to understand better in the future,
Land you.
what, if it's an undeveloped vacant lot, why a neighbor would call that number? Even if it's somebody local and they're like, hey, there's illegal activity going on, they should be calling the police, right? Like, I don't want to get into it now, but I'm trying to understand realistically that requirement of it has to be local. I get it for like vacant, but for people who actually rent, landlords, all that stuff, it's like a given. But for this, I just want to understand why people would call. And that they should be, I would worry that they were calling that number when they should be calling the police. So we'll talk about all that.
Litter, it's not activity.
Yeah, so I guess we would need to clarify why they're calling that number.
Okay, so I think you have a bit of walking.
Yes, I have some marching orders.
Marching orders, that's what they are. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back on hopefully a fairly, not a really long thing about committees. Okay, Madam Clerk, what time is it? It's 10 o'clock?
10:01.
10:01. We'll be back in, how long do you need? 10 minutes?
6.5.
6.5 minutes. See you back in 6.5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Better than
Madam Mayor, it's 10:07. I beat my 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right,
Right.
thank you. You're very prompt. All right, well,
High up on sugar now.
I know, now we're even sure.
Oh, boy. Get ready.
Excuse me. Okay, now, for the final actual agenda item, we're not sure who put this on the agenda. You did? Oh, okay. Mrs. Stokes did.
All the good ones get left to the end.
It's a discussion regarding the inactive advisory boards. Commissioner Stokes, would you like to begin?
Yes. Well, we have some boards that haven't, there's some obvious ones that are still listed on the site, like our road bond board, that I feel like we should just go ahead and clean that up and retire it. And then the other one that was the most glaring one to me, the C-51 Canal Advisory Committee was probably active 5 years ago, but then since hasn't. And so that one, I'd like to discuss a little bit about what we want to do there, because I think after hearing from our Lake Worth Waterkeeper and some other things, I think it could be beneficial to have a Blue Way Trail board, but I would be more in favor of saying, well, this intention, the goal of this board, the fact they haven't met in 4 or 5 years, it served its purpose.
I just appointed somebody to it
Okay,
3 months ago.
and then, have they met, the board?
I don't believe that they've had a quorum.
Right, so that.
Brian was working on that last month, he told me.
Right, okay, well, I would think, we did meet when we first got elected and said that we were, we wanted to try the new process for board appointments. And then, so I know, like, for active boards, to me, it makes sense that, we set that January date to switch over how we are going to appoint people, but for boards that haven't been inactive at all, I really think it would be nice to revisit maybe some of the requirements to be on the board, or what the goal of the board is, and kind of start fresh. And boards haven't been active forever, why not start fresh with the new process that we all agree is more beneficial? I'd like to see like a good variety of people on some of these boards, like maybe one person who's really interested in the boat ramp, and somebody else who's really interested in ecology, and somebody who's really interested in parks and rec, and get a wide range of views on there, which is hard to do when we're all pointing just our.
Well, no, we
we
should have started that before January, but we didn't.
So that one I would love for us to visit. I would personally really love to sunset that existing board, and then anybody on it can apply to be on the new one.
If we do a new one.
Yeah, if we think that it's useful, and with all the talks that will be coming about, especially with every city that is along that canal has a stake in it and an interest, and we're supposed to partner together. And I want to make sure that as we're doing that, Lake Worth gets to have a voice and saying, as all this fun stuff is being talked about, let's also talk about some of the environmental concerns and see. But so that was one thing I wanted to talk about that board. There was another one that I saw that looked like
The bond,
yeah.
the charter review, I mean, they're done.
The
Thank you.
charter review's done.
Bond referendum.
The bond referendum, yeah. All their terms expired in 2020, so let's just go ahead and.
The construction board and adjustment and appeals hasn't met in like 5 years.
Yeah,
We should have that, because if that only happens when something comes up, that they don't have a regularly scheduled.
They haven't met in like 5 years.
Yeah, but what that means though is no one's challenged. Essentially what they do is they, Construction Board of Appeals essentially is an appellate process for someone that's been issued a demolish a property. They come forward and try
It has
to.
a bunch of vacancies on it.
Yeah, so that one falls into that other category. I feel like there's some that we can just say, okay, sunset them. And then this one is like, if it's necessary, since there are so many vacancies, even though it's only October and not January, for these vacant ones that, like, to me, it makes sense to try to go and say, we have 1 expired, 4 vacants. Let's try to, like, as a group, decide who are going to fill those 4.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I was curious about, because we just went through our whole budgeting process and don't get to hear really anything from our financial advisory board. There's vacancies there. One of them's mine. I'm perfectly happy to say, let's choose that person together. There's also, I think, people that have either even resigned since. And also for that, I've had suggestions from the public that potentially we want to make sure that one of the people on that board has an accounting background, or I'd love to discuss, for the financial advisory board, making sure again that we have diversity of opinion. I would love to see somebody with a nonprofit background, somebody with a private sector background.
Do they meet? Have they met
Yes, they have.
recently? I mean, I know for a while they weren't.
Yeah,
We met twice since my appointment went on.
And there's,
I just, because I reached out to them and she said yes.
and there's been a lot of times that they're struggling to make quorum and,
Mhm.
so those are for me, it's the C-51 and the financial advisory board that I'm most interested in seeing if, due to the number of vacancies, if we want to try to, put our stamp on as a new commission, what we think the makeup of those boards collectively should look like and be responsible for.
Do you
And then some
think-
other cleanup ones.
Do you think that we need a C-51 Canal Advisory Committee?
I do. I think I would like to because that's all the conversations that are picking up again about Lake Worth's commitment to it's a project that spans different municipalities and things like that. I think it's nice to have.
Well, they haven't met in forever.
Right, that they haven't met in forever. I think it'd be nice I would love to get an environmental point of view.
But I think, can't we do that without a committee?
Well, I'm interested to hear what other people have
Yeah.
to say as well too. That was my reason for bringing this, is those two boards, I feel like could be, better utilized, and then the other ones, so I'm happy to hear what other people think.
Sally Gonzalez moved to Spain a couple of years ago.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I firmly believe that we need the C-51 Canal Advisory Board right now. Like Commissioner Stokes just said, there are many municipalities that are involved. I had inquired a few months ago, when I went to the Blue Way Trails website as to why the city of Lake Worth Beach is not listed as a municipality that is supporting it. Which Richard Pitsky said, well, it was presented to the prior dais and they were not interested in writing a letter of support for the Blue Way Trails. I think that it's imperative that we have residents' input on that project.
Right.
It is going to impact our city greatly. West Palm Beach is in the process of, as we all know, picking someone to develop. And we really, really, really need to have voices at the table. And I think that our residents are the best voices to have. I know people who are in favor, who live near it, and people who are against it. We want to put money into the Spillway Park. We keep hearing, residents request, please do something with it. And I think that the C-51 canal needs to be, if anything, revived, resuscitated, paddle jumped, something to get ahead of what's happening.
And I'm certainly interested in the progress of C-51, but I would caution having an abundance of property owners or immediate neighbors overwhelming that.
I agree with that concern also. Obviously, you want some people who are close by to it. I would think that one requirement ought to be that it's people who actually live in the city, because as it's been pointed out multiple times, there are multiple other cities that are involved in the boat lift thing. And C-51 Canal, let those be represented by their own boards. For this one, it should be residents of the city, seems to me.
Right.
And I would certainly say, because we do have some land that borders the C-51 Canal, that there should be some environmental representation on it. Both people who know something about other things and people who know something about shoreline things.
I agree with you on the residents thing. I don't know how some of the placements got on there.
Yeah.
I know that one of them is a business owner. I think that it should definitely be a residents that are at the table.
Yeah.
Be it a resident who's also an environmentalist, but at least, they have their main residency here.
And, okay, oh God. I don't know where to start. we're talking with, in relationship to the Blue Trail,
Blue Way Trails.
Okay.
Blue Way Boat Lift.
The boat lift.
right,
and
which is
the
all part of
land
that,
with the
Right.
city owns.
which I see as
Oh, wait,
more of a localized, I mean, what is the purpose of the C-51 Canal Advisory Board? I mean, committees aren't always the best way to go about things. Monitoring the state engineering, I mean, have there been a state engineering or feasibility or any subsequent studies related to the C-51 canal since
There's been
2016?
There's been tons of studies.
Well,
Right.
have they monitored, they haven't met, they haven't done anything, they
Right.
haven't monitored, they haven't reviewed it, apparently, I'm sort of grasping a little bit because I didn't know they even had those studies.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yeah,
they have met. Those studies have been presented,
okay,
multiple presentations. The pandemic stalled the conversation out. And there was a lot of work in those 5 leading up to 2020 that the group was involved in. And the goal was to provide ultimately a recommendation to the commission at the time. That would go along with the studies, and everything that's been done. So there was an inordinate amount of work done by the group. But it's been quite some time.
and
Now the conversation is coming back, so, here we are, but I don't want you to think there wasn't work or they haven't met since 17, because they did. And there's been numerous feasibility studies, numerous different versions. And again, the conversation got all the way down to the point where who's putting their name on the permit.
well,
And
and
that's-
I don't know that that's a committee decision.
Granted,
I mean, really, the
understand.
conversations that we've had, we recently had the conversation with Lake Clark Shores and Mr. Pinsky. I don't know that this is really a committee. I think I personally, I just think it's, as things get presented, that we are the elected officials and we should make those decisions as things about the Blue Trailway are presented to us.
But if we're not at the table, who's doing the presenting to us?
Well, no, I mean, okay, we haven't really gone into this yet, and I'll go a little bit into it. Why not?
November 2nd,
It's coming up on November
Item.
2nd. Okay, there's going to be an agenda item on November.
resolution.
Lake, what, resolution? Lake Clark Shores, and I don't know all the details yet. We need to look at the, plan. I just start looking at the plans again. It's a lot of work to get the grants. It's a lot of work to do this.
Right.
We are pretty,
To be
I had the same
clear,
meeting.
So that anybody listening, if there's anybody still awake, we're talking about the boat lift. This is not really C-51. This is specifically about a
the
boat lift
blue scale,
at the structure.
right,
to
portage,
Lift people's boats across. the
right,
But it's to
waterman.
connect the whole canal.
exactly.
The Blue Way Trails. It's the connection piece.
Right, it's the end, it's this end, okay. So you met with Lake Clark Shores? Okay, so Lake Clark Shores is willing, because they don't have as much to do as we do, to actually be the front runner of this permit process. They have done some investigations and they see that they feel the money is going to be available through different grants. They feel very good about that. They are willing to do the work and, pull the permits and all that sort of thing, which, I was like, well, why do you guys want to do it? And then when we had the meeting, it was like, our staff is stretched. Okay, this is going to be a big project. It doesn't really matter who does it. We would still have, and again, we'll be more into this on the second, but it doesn't really matter who does the work. It's going to be in our
Backyard.
it's our backyard anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's the Lake Clark Shores people that did it, it's still the Lake Worth boat lift or whatever. We talked about possible solar, to power it, that sort of thing. So there's gonna be a lot of discussions. And just personally, I think this should come directly to us. I don't think that we should have a committee about this. I think we need to hear from Lake Clark Shores or from the state or from Mr. Pinsky, where are we at, so that we as the elected officials have a more direct say in what happens. I think we need to sort of, have some skin in that game. That's my feeling about it.
I, now that you've put it that way, I agree with you.
Mhm.
My concern with Lake Clark Shores is who's paying for it? That was my first.
And they're gonna pay
There's
for it.
grant money and that's
Yeah.
what we're
Yeah,
applying.
that's one piece of it, but so for me, advisory boards are advisory boards. At the end of the day, we make the decisions and they're here to help find out more information that we might not have the time or staff might not have the time to do. And so there's a lot of people west of us that are very excited about this because it's going to do wonders for their property values and everything else. So I'm almost at the point of, well, what can we get in return like maybe you can beef up your shoreline a little bit and help clean up some of the gunk coming out of it, like what?
And hopefully
what-
get some improvements to the park.
Right, so there's a lot more to consider than just the one liability aspect, and I think it's helpful whenever we have people that can offer those suggestions and not in a 2-minute public comment card and help us navigate kind of what the trade-offs are here,
Yeah, I
the potential for.
respectfully disagree. I really think this should come to us so that we
Madam Mayor.
can ask the direct questions. Oh, I see a light on.
Just want to caution us to be careful. We're getting a little bit too far in the weeds on an item that's coming and
Okay.
wasn't on the agenda. It's somewhat related, but the content, the spirit of the discussion is really about the advisory board component.
Correct.
So we're really talking about things more appropriate for the November 2nd item.
Okay.
And since some comments were made, in case the public, there will be a lot of interest in this topic as there was before. The resolution that's being proposed that will be in the backup that I think will get issued Thursday. It's simply staff asking for a reso to memorialize, provide direction to our city staff to engage with Lake Clark Shore staff and any other entity involved to just start having conversations. It is non-committal to anything of who's going on permit, liability. It's really just to start to do diligence.
The design, I
once
think,
again.
needs some work. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify that, but there will be an opportunity to talk about.
So let's get back to the C-51 for now. How long are their terms?
That's what, it didn't show how long their
Right.
terms were, when they expired,
Right.
so like,
I mean, some of these people were appointed in 2017.
right.
We also just had another resignation from the library board today. Did you guys see that?
I saw that.
No.
Sam.
Okay. Okay, so let's go down the list. Canal Advisory Committee, do we need it? What do we want to do with it?
My comment would be, if you're going to have it, don't make it specific to the boat lift, obviously.
I think it should not include the boat lift. I think the boat lift, the Blue Trail, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be us.
Well, the trail aspects, I mean, that's sort of kayaking.
No, that area, that whole, the project in Lake Worth is what I'm talking about, not the whole, not west of town, but our involvement in that in the boat lift and the portage thing and the whole area. I think that should come directly to us. So and I think Juan was right. Let's separate that from the Canal Advisory Board. If we think we need one, if they've done something and they've met, that's great.
Well, I think the context, I'm not as opposed as you are perhaps to having the board look at some things. But if we want them to look at things, I think they should look at the canal itself, that borders our portion of it, which is 95 down to the intercoastal. So it's a fair chunk. Include ecological things in addition to just practical development stuff. It should include the boat lift a little bit because that's so tied to other things to look at it. Now, obviously, any decisions have to be ours. I agree with that. And they should be thinking about the land that the city owns that borders onto, and we have two chunks. There's the chunk way over by 95, fairly noticeable. I think I want to say 14 acres, but it's some number of acres. And then the portion that includes the ball fields that also goes all the way up to 95. All that stuff is kind of tied together, and it's going to be tied both environmentally and land use planning wise with all the development that will happen on the other side of the canal. So there is kind of a package of things that.
But read the purpose of this committee.
Well, I would change the purpose.
Right, that's what I say, I think this
I would
is very
definitely change.
limited and very old.
Yeah,
So
I would
was
get
trying
rid
to
of
say,
that.
let's get rid of this, but start a new Blue Way Trail that's more comprehensive that we select with consensus of the people up here, instead of doing that, you get a board member, you get a board member, you get a board.
Oh, yeah, I
member.
mean, yeah.
Right, so I was like, if we wanted to sunset this and then say, we'd rather have one with a larger scope where we as a collective body fill those seats. And the new style that we are all excited to implement starting in January.
So I think the C-51 is disband the existing one because because of the purview or whatever you call it, the scope is not appropriate. And at some point, somebody needs to propose a new scope and fire it up again or not. I'm hearing a not, but I'm hearing a couple of maybes.
Whatever it is, I don't think it should include this project. So do we have consensus to sunset the Canal Advisory Board?
Yes.
meeting? So, Madam Clerk, you got that one. The next one, the Charter Review Committee. This is an easy one. We thank them for their hard work.
They have an automatic end date, right?
We should certainly thank them for the work.
Oh, no, absolutely.
180 days from their first meeting time.
Yeah, they're not done yet, are they?
No.
I don't think they're, I'm not sure.
Madam Clerk?
I'll bet we have. an-
Yes, so at the last meeting, which was last week, they brought up a whole list of other things they want to deal with. So if you want me to let them know they're done, I don't think they think they're done, though.
Nothing's ever done. However, they did give us, I mean, unless, you know, I mean, obviously it's too late for anything else to be happening this year.
To go on the.
I don't know how much they want to chew on. I mean, this charter's not that long. It's not that much stuff in it. So,
They have a list of things they want to address.
If they want to give us recommendations for the next election that we want to.
yeah, I mean, they can certainly send us a letter and say, these are things we're talking about and these are things we'd like you to consider. But do they actually have to be a board anymore for the time being? We can always re-up another, you know, the board.
I'm interested to hear from Commissioner Robinson, because this was something he's been begging for a long time,
And they've achieved.
they, well, they, you know, they prioritized a part of the charter for voting and elections, but I don't think they've been able to review the rest of the charter.
I was happy to, every 5 years, review the charter.
Just one part of it, though?
They should have prioritized the charter, and they gave us their priorities, finished business for this period.
And I think that's because of a timing, though. We thought we had more time, and then clearly we didn't have more time.
Well, but we knew we wouldn't have much time. You know, it got moved up a couple weeks.
Is we all have said that we really like community participation, community involvement. And if they're saying, hey, we're not worn out yet, we're still chomping at the bit to look some more.
Let them go.
I'd say let them go and give them an indication that anything they come up with isn't gonna make it onto the coming ballot.
Oh, they know that.
No,
But they probably know that, but that, I don't see any objections if they want to keep meeting and provide some recommendations to us on some schedule that.
Madam Clerk, was it your impression that they wanted to continue as, just keep going?
Yes, because the original intent was for them to meet and give you things in April for next November's ballot.
I just said they thought.
And then we found out they couldn't do November, and they were able to get things for this, for March 2022.
Right, and this is a group which was selected with the new
commission
protocol.
So I say
Well,
let them finish up till April. They don't get to just go on indefinitely, but our original thing was April, so let's see how far they can get.
Absolutely.
It says, so I mean, that's fine, I have no problem with that.
It was specific to the charter, but if they want to delve into governance of the city.
Look at
what?
Slow down over there.
Herman.
Well,
if you're retiring, just slow down.
Well, you know, there might be changes in the governance, and I'm saying the sustainability department might be reorganized differently.
But I think that's a commission
Yeah,
staff, that's not a committee.
That's not.
I mean, and it's a charter committee, I mean, that's why they signed up.
I'd keep it to charter.
Thank you.
Let them go till April.
Yeah.
That's my vote.
Keep the charter, go to April.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
If the commission.
We'll let them know.
Okay. Yes, Herman?
If the commission has any interest in making the city more efficient, would we be interested in the committee?
A committee is never really the most efficient way to do things.
Well, I'm not sure that, I know, and in all respect to sustainability people, of that size, that's the most efficient way to address
We
sustainability.
have a new city manager who's coming in with planning and development background, so let's see what she can do.
I think what I'm hearing from Commissioner Robinson is not really the charter review committee.
Correct.
But that we might want to have some sort of environmental sustainability, green, something in that general direction as a separate committee. And consider having that. Many communities do. West Palm Beach has had a very active one for a while. That's got a lot of stuff done as far as I understand.
Can we bring that up on Thursday? You know, we're here late.
Not
This is-
now.
And
this
every,
item is
let's
about-
remember that every commission, every committee takes staff time.
Right.
Let's just bear that in mind.
Right, so we need, I think when we have our priorities, what might shake out of some of those are, is there a board or volunteer that can help us achieve those? But for now, I just want to get through the.
All right, so the chart, okay, so let's,
Yeah.
so the charter review,
Get home
we're gonna
and
keep,
not have
I
to-
know, it's ridiculous. Citizens Advisory Bond Referendum, I
Sunset.
sunset that one, thank you. City Tree Board, I see we have,
We need a few more people, I think, but that's a pretty,
I don't think so.
I think that.
Yeah, it says,
Susan resigned. Oh, I have an
I
appointment.
have I have a city tree board. Mine says there's a vacancy for,
You got a different list.
there's a vacancy under mayor's appointment and mayor's appointment.
Right,
That's it.
this one says District 3 and Michael Calhoun passed away.
Yeah, there's Andrew Gottlieb's on this
I
one.
have Andrew Gottlieb.
You guys are online?
I'm not
I'm on
online.
the backup and the,
Yeah, in here on the backup, it says Andrew Gottlieb is there for District 3
He is.
until 2022.
he's
Right.
there?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh,
He's my
okay.
colleague.
Well, I'm looking at old news then.
Richard Stowe is there till 20, well, it looks like, Richard Stowe renewed.
You did?
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't updated.
Who renewed him?
I did. No, he's not my appointment.
Yeah. Did
I
you
renewed
renew?
Diane.
I don't, how, I don't know. 7,
So District 2 would be you, Mr. McBoy.
That's a District 2.
Yep.
yeah,
Which is,
although we're changing that. We're not having those district mayor things.
When are we gonna change that in January?
January.
Mhm.
So we're gonna let it sit vacant until then?
There's how many?
There's 3 now.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 people on the board, which is the quorum.
Jenny is there, Andrew's there.
Richard is there, Diane,
is there.
Donna, I know is
Donna's
around.
there.
So I would, and although I could appoint 2 people right now, I think that we should wait until whenever we start doing it a different way and,
Yeah, I think so too. 'Cause that- You want people who are enthusiastic about it.
yeah. And here's, here's one thing I'd like to see is some sort of continuity in the language of removal or, the whole thing about if you're appointed, somebody appoints you on the last year of their office and, you got to live with them for the next 2 years, even if you don't want to. And some of them say, can be removed for any reason. Some of them don't talk about that. So I think we should at least be consistent with that. Mr. Attorney. Okay. There's no
I
consent.
tried to remove some people and I was corrected, even though it said that I could, that I could not.
Is there a difference between, say, like, we have these advisory boards purely 100% advise, like they really have no control to like set policy, make decisions or anything like that. However, like
Planning and zoning.
planning,
Some do.
that's what I'm saying. This
Electric Utility
planning and
Board.
Zoning,
Historic
HRPP, yes. Is there a distinction between the two, Mr. Attorney? This is like HRPD and planning and zoning, you really have to, do they have stricter rules that we have to follow? Whereas we invented these boards that we wanted the city to do, so do we get to invent the rules? Or
You can reinvent them.
we can reinvent
Certain
them?
Things they have to do, planning and zoning, obviously, but the way you select them and their terms. Recreate all that.
We don't have to have the construction appeals board.
I think we have to have it on, in case, it doesn't meet that often. I'll tell you what, I had a 13-hour construction board of appeals hearing where we demolished the hotel, which is on the lot on Federal Highway, just south of the Majestic gas station right there. That was a single residence hotel that had become a dumping ground for DCF. I went in there with Channel 5 and police and everybody. And I called DC. I mean, people, I cannot describe to you
It was bad.
how it was. It was a dumping ground. And I called DCF and I said, with absolutely no authority to do it, I said, you've got 24 hours to get these people out of here. And then we tore it down. But in order to tear it down, we had to go, we did a demolition order. They appealed it. Joe DeMauro appealed it. And we literally had a 13-hour hearing on whether it should be demolished or not. It went over like 2 or 3 nights. I represent
This board?
This board.
Construction Board of Appeals. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens, we need to have them.
board.
Yeah.
That's my impression.
Yeah, they're not a regularly meeting board. That's like somebody's,
They need to be.
they need to be
observed.
on call. Yeah.
So what about the open vacancies on it?
Well, let's fix them. You know, that's
3 of
something.
them.
Yeah.
There's technically, I mean, one of the terms is expired, so it either needs to be reappointed or replaced.
He I don't know why it's not on here. He re-upped or reapplied or
Who?
Mark
Sarah then?
as a friend.
I don't, I guess I don't know if I'm looking, Ben Ellis, here it says term expires July 31st, 2020.
Yeah. Well, it hasn't really, it hasn't really happened. So, and this is another one where it says, I mean, there are certain people that should be on it,
Right.
but it also says nothing about how you get off it.
Well, so
Absences of any member from
Right, but it's-
required meetings.
Right, that's for all of them, but in terms of removing people just because new commissioners are in,
And
um,
CRA isn't part of this discussion,
no.
yeah.
So how do we go about, I mean, there's discipline types, there's so many vacancies. Are we waiting until January to fill these?
We haven't talked about it. I mean, again, it's one that hasn't met in 5 years, so it's.
Right,
you know,
but what
I don't know.
happens if something happens like tomorrow? How urgent is it, or do we think we can squeak by till January?
Hmm,
So are we gonna talk about CRA in January?
Well, sure, I already sent my appointment for the next agenda.
What, for the CRA? See, I really, this is my own personal frustration. For whatever reason, we said January, okay, because we didn't think it was fair. I have not appointed people because I really like the idea of putting it to everybody. I really, since we don't like the idea of a person, you know, a commissioner or a mayor appointment, sort of morally or ethically, I think we shouldn't do it until we have.
The reason I did it is Kim just appointed someone to the CRA last month.
Well, I'm telling you, and I think Herman and I disagree with it. I think we should wait. I've got a couple, like right now, the historic board, there's a lady who's expired. She's my appointment. I haven't done anything. She's still going to meetings. That's fine. But I have not specifically done that because I really think that we need to do it in a more democratic way.
I agree.
I think other than that, the resignations that are happening, I think most of the terms expired in like July, so.
For that board.
Just it. My
For most boards, so-
appointee on the CRA just resigned.
So,
Well, I think we should go about it more democratically. That's just my.
I agree with that.
Yes.
I much prefer.
I never
the old
liked-
Process, well, I call it the old process because I'm old, but the more democratic process, I think we agreed to do that. I wouldn't be inclined to sit tight.
Again,
Unless it's-
equitable, Commissioner Stokes just assigned somebody to the CRA 2 meetings ago.
Which I did.
And with the
And we all
understanding that we're gonna,
Wait until January 1st.
no, we're gonna start over again, January 1st.
I don't think
Right.
that's.
We're not going to start over again.
Sounds-
I don't think the intent was to wipe out the board and put new people on. I think the intent was as vacancies arose, we would do it in a different way. And for whatever reason, we said January. I think we were just feeling exhausted when we said that. and
Hopefully
overwhelmed.
that's true.
I think that was a way long, many months ago. So, I, for one, am not appointing anybody until we get more democratic. And, Commissioner Stokes got one in, Herman got one in. I don't think that was correct, but it was technically correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, so technically,
They have work
we have an appointment. I think we should wait, but that's just me. I
Okay,
know
so
it's
are
not
we
just me.
waiting until January on the construction board vacancies? I don't know if somebody from William Waters Department or somebody can help us with this, because I don't really understand the discipline types, and it seems like a very specific board.
very
that we might need a
specific.
different process
Let's move it up to December then.
for findings, so.
Why do we have to wait until January?
Because we do have I mean, quite a few people have applied for boards. I mean,
Good.
there's a whole list of, a whole pile of people that have listened, have that,
Let's
have,
interview them in December.
you know, I'm,
Okay
again,
with that.
I'm, okay. I mean, I know Commissioner League is not gonna be upset about that because she's got somebody she wants to approve, which doesn't say that they wouldn't be appointed anyway. It's just, you know, we're not perfect. We do things sometimes that we look back and go,
But again, literally 2 meetings ago, somebody was appointed.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So
I'm saying I don't think it was.
to go through.
So
I did
that's your
my due
appointment, it's your
diligence.
decision. It's, I mean, that's the rule. If you want to do that, I think it's, again, I didn't really, I mean, I voted yes because there we were. But I just think everybody should have waited, but you know, that's something we can only discuss. But
Some of the boards have work to do and shouldn't be
yeah,
unrepresented.
yeah.
And the CRA is, they've got work to do.
Yeah.
I do have a question. What do we do with people? Do we let advisory board members sit on multiple boards? If one board's opinion could directly benefit another board's? Like, do we look at conflict of interest when we do this?
I don't know, but I mean,
Is that, do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
There are some boards that have so much authority that you can't serve on another board.
Right.
But if you're purely advisory, unless you, again, you're the rulers. If you make a rule that nobody can serve on more than one advisory board, that will be the rule going forward. Or more than 2, or, you know, unless there's some exception, unanimous vote or something like that, that makes it more difficult.
Yeah.
It's always that, you know, yin and yang of how big is your talent pool, how many people are there.
Well, that was, there was a time when it was, right now, I think we do have kind of a stack of applications for boards. I don't know how big it is, but it is a stack. There have been times where there's nobody coming forward to be on a board. I mean, that was one of the problems. So people could be on a second board because nobody else was coming
When
forward.
I called Sam today to ask, why did you resign from
Yeah.
the library board? He said, I've had my time. It's time
Yeah,
to let
yeah,
somebody else come in.
yeah.
But he served on multiple boards because when there was nobody there, he
Yeah,
stepped up. So-
Exactly. So.
I'm just saying, is there, do we ever think about a conflict of interest?
Yeah, I've asked Glenn about it before.
I mean, if somebody's on the library board and the tree board, I mean, is that a conflict of interest? I mean,
No.
You might read a book
Trees-
about a tree.
Trees do create books, paper, could be, I'm just saying.
So I think,
I want to go home.
I know, the CRA, the electric utility are all active and doing their thing. I don't know how to go about filling these vacant spots of like an at-large business owner and
Which one are you on?
the CRA is active. I don't want to spend a lot of time there. I don't want to. It's a rabbit hole. And the electric utility, I don't see a lot of I don't see any district specific vacancies. So I don't think we need to worry about that. There are the at-large business and the at-large utility service area. So I don't know how we.
Well, those are 2 vacancies, which are oddly enough commission appointments, which we would go through the process like we did with the
Okay,
charter
so we can
reviews.
wait till January if we want to do anything with that.
And they're meeting again, I think.
Okay, and so then the financial advisory board was the main one that I had questions about because that one, like I said, I'm totally willing to not do anything until we all get to vote.
Which one was
The
that?
financial advisory board.
Mhm.
And I would like to look into seeing, you know, if having another discussion on, right now, looking at the requirements. Right now, the requirements are very like, you have to have some sort of financial connection.
Yeah.
Well, I pay bills, I have a budget. It's very vague, you know, like I don't understand that. And I would love to see something that promotes more, you know, like I mentioned before, I'd love to see somebody, if we could, who's worked for a nonprofit and they understand the value of things that aren't just dollars. I'd love to see a small business owner. I'd love to see a wide array of expertise. I think advisory boards are meant to pick things apart and not just be a bunch of like-minded people. And maybe that's what's happening here, but we have so many vacancies. It would be great to see us come together and fill them in a way that ensures diversity of opinions.
Well, the financial advisory board has 1,
So maybe I'm looking at something different than you are. 'cause mine's
2,
different.
3, well, that's vacant. There's quite a few vacancies on the financial board,
And a term that has expired.
right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Um,
Does the commission have any interest in the makeup of the CRA?
If we
I
could
do.
please stay on topic.
yeah, let's stick with one at a time.
That's a board that's
Um,
critical to the city,
Right.
but it's
This is
also
about vacant
hard to
boards.
change.
totally unaccountable to voters.
Okay, Finance Advisory Board, we were talking about expired. Linda Cito, in 21, we have Charles Royce, who goes to 23. Laura Aviard, who goes to 22. Don Rosenstein, that goes to 22, and Sherry Smith, that goes to 22. The others are expired or vacant. District 2 is vacant. So there's 2 vacancies on that one.
So do we want to? Are we having like a big, like, are we waiting till January because we think lots of people are gonna apply and then we'll be able to say, oh, maybe you
Well, we
would
do
go
have
for
a-
financial advisory, but you'd be better for. the
Right, and we do have
library.
we do have a pile now
Yeah.
of applications for different boards, and I think same kind of thing, you applied for this, but what about that?
So for this one, I very much would like to think that since there's so many vacancies, we can wait till January to start filling those, or using the new process to start filling those rather than hurrying up and squeaking a bunch of appointments in, right?
You mean
before the end of the
financial?
year For this, for the
Yep.
financial advisory board, there's other little one-off like blips here and there. But for a board that has had quorum in the past and has had some struggles, I think it'd be nice to do the democratic process for these
Yeah.
remaining.
And how long do they serve? Because I'm looking at these.
Some of them have
It
nothing
says
on
3-year
there.
terms right underneath the
Financial,
title.
yeah, but some of them don't have, well, the one we looked at didn't have. So it seems like we are talking about, in some ways, kind of a global assessment of the different boards. Our hands are tied a little bit because of the inconsistencies of getting people off the boards. Some it says you can take it for any reason, some it doesn't say that, so I think that we have kind of a problem here with consistency. I would like to have a consistent policy for if you're appointed to a board, we can take you off for no reason, but I don't know if there's that property interest in boards.
But again, that coverage will expire as time goes by. So you can-
Yeah, but then you have to wait till the expires. What we're talking about is could we have something in there that says, a new commission comes on, this is
But that could be the new standard going forward. Once,
right. And if it says that clearly, then that negates the property interest, I would think.
yes.
Because you're going on the board voluntarily with that understanding. Okay. Okay, it is now 10 to 11.
Yeah,
We have made a couple of decisions. We're sunsetting a couple boards. I think we have to talk about, a couple more things.
I think we have a fair amount of agreement that where possible, let's use the democratic process.
Mhm.
And maybe we have some agreement that we might want to think about moving that up. in January.
And maybe from the clerk, we could get a list, a comprehensive list of the applications. They kind of come in drips and drabs. If we could get that, that would be helpful. So we know how many applications we actually have.
yeah, and with the education task force, they did interview with me and Erica Whitfield, and I think right after that aired, we got some more applications. I think if we do have like a little fair where we have multiple
Mhm.
all at once democratic, we can really try to
Yeah,
get the word out.
I agree. So. We have a city attorney report.
What's weird too is they're not all 3 years, like some are 5.
I know,
some are 3.
there's no
5
consistency.
seems like a long time.
Yeah, city attorney has a report.
I have to read this little.
You've got 3 minutes.
I request advice from the Lake Beach City Commission concerning pending litigation, specifically regarding settlement negotiating strategy related to litigation expenditures in the 15th Judicial Circuit of Palm Beach County case of Umdash Real Estate USA LTD Corp. Versus City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, case number 2021 CA 007798, and Umdash Real Estate USA LTD Corp. Versus City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, case number 2021 CA 007649. And I'm requesting attorney-client session to be scheduled for October 26th, 2021 at 5 p.m. Estimated length of this session will be about 1 hour. Session will be attended by members of the city commission, Mayor Benny Resch, Commissioner Sarah Maliga, Commissioner Kim Stokes, Commissioner Chris Roy, and Commissioner Herman Robinson, interim city manager Juan Ruiz, Assistant City Attorney Christy Gatto, and outside counsel Carlos Cazellas. Certified court president will ensure that session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the above ongoing litigation. My second report is that just saw this flyer that this is the United Way, or the Urban League rather, the Urban League Palm Beach County this Sunday, October 24th, having a 3V event. Get your vaccine.
Oh, wow.
Urban League, I can. That's
3 what?
The Urban League. 3V event, vaccine, voter registration, and veggies.
No,
love that.
So if you get your vaccine, you'll get a free box veggies for those that vaccinate. So it's Sunday, October 24th, 11 to 4. At
Broccoli.
University Prep Academy, 2101 North Australian Avenue. If you want to.
So if you've already been vaccinated and done the right thing, you don't get no veggies.
That's right, no veggies.
No veggies for you.
You get candy.
So you want that on the 26th? What time? We have a,
5.
there's a ribbon cutting for a local business at 5 o'clock on Tuesday. Could we do it a little earlier?
Say that again?
There is a ribbon cutting for a local business, the Gentle Pet Crossing.
Right,
One
that's
E.
right, that's on the 26th.
Yeah, at 5 o'clock.
I will be out of the country. I've already submitted my input, I guess, to Christie earlier today.
Okay. Would you rather move it up earlier or later?
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the ribbon cut, I mean, it would be 6 o'clock, I mean, either like, and again, 4 or 6. I would hate to not go to that ribbon cutting there, you know, it's new business and.
is that the electric utility or no?
Yeah.
We can't do 6.
Oh, there's an electric utility meeting on that night too. Oh,
6.
At 6.
right. I gotta put that on my calendar.
You're not gonna be there?
I'm leaving the country on Saturday.
Yeah.
Can we have it at 5:30, Mayor? Would that give you time to cut the ribbon?
I don't know. I mean, could we do it at 4?
And then go to the ribbon and then come back to the electric. Are there veggies at the ribbon?
I was gonna say, what's the treat for in between?
Might get a discount on the cremation of your
And
pet.
I'm gonna tell you that a few weeks ago, I needed them on a rainy Friday night and I called and I said, I have a dead dog I need taken care of. And they were out, they did it. It was wonderful. It was really,
I think I can swing 4 if we have to.
okay, I would ask that we can do 4.
Is that okay with Herman?
Sure.
4 it is.
So
Okay.
Where is this ribbon cutting?
Okay.
It's on Dixie Highway, the Gentle Pet Crossing. It's just south of 4th Avenue South or over that.
It's on the west side.
Medicine's Clinic.
I
that
think did
strip.
we all get
Oh,
an
okay.
invite?
We should all go.
I saw something.
Yeah,
I saw it.
Looked into, yeah.
Yeah, we're all invited,
Gentle
of
Pet.
course. Yep,
Maybe we'll all walk down there in between. We have 5 minutes left.
okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Are you done?
Not to ask it rudely or anything, but
I ate my vegetables last year, so I'm good.
Okay.
So the one about the DOCA project is, when is that gonna be?
4.
Oh, that's the one.
That's the.
Did you not ask for 2 of them?
The vote on that.
So we're gonna do both of them at 4 o'clock on the 26th.
I think there are 2 cases or something.
Fairly
There's
related.
2 cases.
Okay.
Same.
All right, so city manager, do you have a report? He's like, I wanna go home.
No, madam.
All right, motion?
Motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Approved. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
To the public, I know it's late, but we had a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Well, they